Hare Krishna, welcome to all to this wonderful evening session. Uh, in the as the Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. On behalf of all the committee and the team who's been behind this to make this even happen, I would like to welcome all of you from the bottom of my heart for this wonderful auspicious evening session. We all might have seen the schedule, but I'll just quickly run through the schedule that we have. So first of all, we'll start with a welcome bhajan. Then we'll have a video recorded lecture by His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. And after that, we will have devotees giving their heartfelt offerings to Maharaj. And around 5 p.m., we'll have the association of, it is a video recorded lecture of His Holiness Bhakti Vigyan Goswami Maharaj. And then around 5:30, we will have a class addressed by His Holiness Bhakti Rasan Swami Maharaj. And then we will have the cake cutting and the Pushpanjali and Aarti offerings from the temple. So I would request Ashray Govind Prabhu, if you can take over and start the bhajan. Ashray Govind Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. You can start with the bhajan. Hare Krishna.
Gurudev कृपा बिंदु दिया कोरोई दासे ऋणपेक्षा दीना कोरोई दासे ऋणपेक्षा दीना सकल सहाने जल दिया कोरो निज माने स्पृहाहीना माने बल दिया कोरो निज माने स्पृहाहीना गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया कोरोए दासे ऋणपेक्षा दीना कृपा बिंदु दिया कोरोए दासे ऋणपेक्षा दीना सकले सम्मान कुरिते शकति देवनाथ जथा जथ सकले सम्मान कुरिते शकति देवनाथ जथा जथ तबे तो गाइबो हरि नाम सुखे तबे तो गाइबो हरि नाम सुखे अपराध बेहद अपराध बेहद गुरुदेव तबे नो कृपा लभियाई जन यथार्थ होई वेदांत तबे नो कृपा लभियाई जन यथार्थ होई वेदांत शक्ति बुद्धिहीन आमी अति दीन शक्ति बुद्धिहीन आमी अति दीन कुरु मोरे आत्मसात कुरु मोरे आत्मसात गुरुदेव योग्यता विचारे किछु नाही पार तुम्हार करुणा योग्यता विचारे किछु नाही पाय तुमार करुणा करुणा ना होइले कांदिया कांदिया करुणा ना होइले कांदिया कांदिया प्राण ना राखी बुआ प्राण ना राखी बुआ गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया गुरु दासे ऋणापेक्षा दीना गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया गुरु दासे ऋणापेक्षा दीना हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Deva Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Jaya Radhanath Swami Maharaj, Jaya Radhanath Swami Maharaj, Jaya Radhanath Swami Maharaj, Jaya Radhanath Maharaj, Radhanath Maharaj, Jaya Radhanath Maharaj, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Ashay.
We'll
Thank you so
read
much.
the translation of
Yes, Prabhu.
Gurudev Kripa Bengaluru. Translation. Gurudev, O spiritual master, give to this servant just one drop of mercy. I am lower than a blade of grass. Give me all help. Give me strength. Let me be as you are, without desires or aspirations. I offer you all respects, for thus I may have the energy to know you correctly. Then, by chanting the holy name in great ecstasy, all my offenses will cease. When will such mercy fall to this one who is weak and devoid of intelligence? Allow me to be with you. If you examine me, you will find no qualities. Your mercy is all that I am made of. If you are not merciful unto me, I can only weep, and I will not be able to maintain my life. Hare Krishna. Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Jai. Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Jai. Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai.
Jai. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashay Govind Prabhu. Thank you so much. I would request all devotees who are online, if possible, if you're comfortable, please switch on your, you can switch on your videos. So I'll request all devotees. The next will be a recorded lecture by His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Swarna Gaurari Prabhu, are we ready?
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay, we can start.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirbhishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyate Shatharine. I am sincerely grateful to be among all of the assembled devotees today. It is truly a wonderful gift of Krishna.
Is it audible, Prabhu?
It is little low. You can, if possible, increase the volume, Prabhu.
That despite the crisis taking place throughout the world, which has caused lockdown and so many limitations in the ability to physically come together in satsang, that we have this wonderful technology wherein, despite all geographical distances, we can all be intimately together. And through sound vibration, through the chanting of Krishna's names, through the glorification of Krishna's qualities, his teachings, and his pastimes, it is called transcendental because it is factually beyond all the limitations of material existence. It's beyond birth, old age, disease, and even death. Through sound vibration, through Vani, we can be together. Vani inspires smaranam, or remembrance. When we hear about Krishna, when we hear about Krishna's devotees, when we chant and we speak together, Hari Kata, Machchata, Matkata, Prana, Bodhyanta, Parasparam, Katyantastamam, Nityam, Tushanti, Sharamanti Cha. When we actually take pleasure in sharing Krishna together through hearing and chanting, then we transcend time. We transcend the miseries of this world. These four miseries that we often cite, birth, old age, disease, and death, are very debilitating to our pursuit of happiness. The third is disease. And we're seeing in a very widespread level, and for almost all of us, very intimately and personally, we're perceiving loved ones being stricken by disease, or even being taken by Krishna from their bodies through this situation. And disease is one of the miseries of material existence. But Krishna, he promises us, Sarva Dharman Parityajya Mamekam Sharanam Vraja Aham Tvam Sarva Papebhyo Mokshayi Samima Sujaha, that by surrendering to me, he personally delivers us from all of these sufferings. Daivi Yesha Gunamai Mama Maya Duratyaya Mame Vamye Prapadyante Maya Meta Tarantite. This material world, it's very much like that crocodile who had his jaws around Gajendra. Gajendra, with all of his efforts, with all of the people around him, he could not escape the sharp razor-like, painful teeth of this crocodile. But when he took shelter of Krishna, he was not only freed from all the pangs of the crocodile, but he achieved the highest happiness. Anandam Buddhivardhanam, the ecstasy of divine love for Krishna was awakened within him. So Krishna tells us in the Gita that this material nature is very difficult to overcome. But when we take shelter of him, by his grace, we can easily cross beyond it. The Srimad Bhagavatam gives the analogy that the sufferings and impediments of material nature are like a vast ocean. And trying to cross this ocean by our own efforts, our knowledge, our austerities, our charities, or any other plan we may have, and any other plan that materialistic people around us have. It's like trying to cross this ocean on a boat made of stone. We are destined to sink. Sometimes we decorate the stone boat very nicely with golden ornaments and with beautiful thrones, and we could have wonderful feasts by the best cooks served on the stone boat, but still, it sinks. It's just a matter of time. But one who takes shelter of the Lord, by the mercy of Krishna, the ocean itself reduces in size to the amount of water in the hoofprint of a small calf. That is the power of Krishna's grace. He is the controller of all controllers. Mayadhyakshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam. The whole material nature is working under his direction. And when Krishna wants to free us from this material energy, he picks us up. And he teaches us how we can find that shelter. Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mamupayantite. When we worship Krishna with love, Krishna gives us the intelligence by which we can achieve him. Manmana bhavamad bhakto madhyashim namaskuru. Such a simple instruction. Always think of me. Become my devotee. Worship me. Offer homage unto me. In this way you will come to me without fail. The beautiful examples in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and the other Vaishnava literatures, we learn from the example of great personalities how to remember Krishna. They're not just remembering as an academic exercise so that they can store in data within their brains and repeat later. That is also good, but it should be built upon a foundation where we're taking shelter. We're feeling the great sense of urgency. Because unless we have a sense of urgency, we don't take shelter. Srila Prabhupada gives us an example of during World War II, when the Japanese Air Force was bombing Calcutta. People were running to the shelters. Usually they're underground places. And why are they called shelters? Because people are in need. Nobody would go to the shelters otherwise. So in the same way, in good times and in hard times, we need to take shelter of Krishna. Kali Kale Namarupe Krishna Avatar, and Krishna has come in his name. Krishna Swadhamo Bhagate. Krishna has come in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Mat Bhakta Puja Yadika. Krishna has come in the form of his devotees. In all of these ways, Krishna is there to give us shelter. In the liberated state, we are spontaneously, continuously in the shelter of Krishna through our love. And in the state where we're trying to become purified, Oma Pavitra Pavitro Va Sarvavastam Gatopi Va Yasmaret Pundarikaksham Sabhayabhyantarasichi. We take shelter of Krishna by remembering him. And the association of devotees, Srila Rupa Goswami describes, is essential for us to effectively practice the 9 processes of devotional service. Because in the association of devotees, when that association is actually satsang, then there are no ulterior motives. We don't give in to our tendencies to envy. We're there to uplift, inspire, protect each other in Krishna consciousness. We're there to create an environment to help one another to take shelter of Krishna. And that's possible when each and every member of the community is sincerely trying to take responsibility to live in that spirit. Then our gatherings are the spiritual world. Tatra tishtami narada yatra gayanti mad bhakta. Krishna tells, wherever my devotees are chanting my names and glories, I am there. That is the spiritual world. But it's not just an automatic conclusion. It's based on bhakti. It's based on the sincerity of our intent. When we are sincerely, earnestly trying to make spiritual advancement, whatever our shortcomings, whatever our defects, if we're trying to honestly follow the process given to us by Srila Prabhupada and our gurus, and we hear and chant, when we're together, Krishna's there. We're in the spiritual world. So that is what is taking place today. People from various continents, in various conditions of life, we're all united for the common purpose to hear about Krishna, to be with the devotees of Krishna. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in Vrindavan, embracing the trees and embracing the cows, embracing the deers and singing with the bees, the parrots, dancing with the peacocks. What to speak of remembering Krishna when he was in those holy places. That's the gift that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to give the world. Prema. Prema Pumartha Mahan. It is the Purushotta Siromani. Religion gives us entrance into religiosity, sense gratification, wealth, and liberation. People follow for these various reasons by living a dharmic, pious life. But beyond liberation, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through Rupa Goswami told that the happiness of this impersonal liberation is like a drop compared to the bottomless, shoreless ocean of happiness that is experienced in prema, intimate, ecstatic love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is for this reason that Srila Prabhupada came with the message of Lord Chaitanya to dispel the illusions of material happiness and to dispel the limited happiness of liberation, to teach us the supreme liberation of ecstatic, loving, devotional service. Iswara Parama Krishna Satchit Ananda Vigraha. Krishna's body is eternal, full of knowledge and full of bliss. Krishna's pastimes, Krishna's names are non-different. Namachintamani Krishna's Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha. That there is no difference between Krishna and his holy names. Nam Namakari Bahudanita Sarva Shaktis. All the powers, the Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, taking this verse of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, has revealed the inner secrets of it. When we take shelter of the holy names, then through the name, through Krishna, who is not different than his names, who has invested his powers in his name, we could realize and have direct experience of Krishna's form, Krishna's qualities. Hear Krishna's flute. We could meet Krishna's divine, eternal associates. We could experience Krishna's eternal loving pastimes. We can directly be in Sri Vrindavan Dham, wherever we may be, if we sincerely take shelter of the holy names. Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam. What greater benediction can there be? Krishna has come in his names. Krishna has come in the Srimad Bhagavatam. And the Srimad Bhagavatam, where it culminates, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita begins. Srila Prabhupada personally gave us the spiritual world. We don't have to die to go there. It's a matter of realization. Srila Prabhupada said, you are already liberated. When he gave us the path of devotional service, he gave us liberation in the present moment. It's just a matter of purifying ourselves to realize the liberation, the supreme liberation that Srila Prabhupada has given us. As Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu departed from Vrindavan to give Krishna consciousness to the world, as Narottam Das Thakur, Srinivasacharya, and Shamananda, they were living in Vrindavan with their gurus, Jiva Goswami, Gopalpatra Goswami, Lokanath Goswami. They were sent to leave Vrindavan to actually carry Vrindavan within their hearts to give to the fallen souls of this world. Narottam Das Thakur went to Ketari Gram and preached throughout Bengal. Srinivasacharya went to Vanu Vishnupuram and made an entire kingdom Vaishnavas. Shyamananda Goswami went to Odisha and spread Mahaprabhu's mission far and wide to the people. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, under the inspiration of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, spread Krishna consciousness throughout India and sent some of his disciples to the West. And Srila Prabhupada, he left the same place that was the residence of Rupa Goswami, the same place that was the residence of Narottam Das Thakur, Shyamananda, and Srinivasacharya, Radha Damodara, and traveled across the ocean to give Krishna consciousness to you and to me, and entrusted us, all of us, with his mission. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON. What is it? Following in the Fraj. Now, for someone like my very lowly, insignificant self, when I was looking for God, looking for truth, looking for a spiritual path, I really was not very attracted to organized religion in any way. The whole idea of institution, I had very negative experiences. I was searching for
Swarna Gauravi Prabhu. We don't have the audio. Swarna Gauravi Prabhu.
movement to the fallen souls of this world. He established the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. So ISKCON is not just an institution. ISKCON is not just an organized religion. ISKCON is Srila Prabhupada's heart. His heart of giving Krishna to others, of having a society where devotees could share Krishna with one another and then spread it to the world. And he has entrusted ISKCON to each and every one of us to protect. Srila Prabhupada very emphatically and directly said that ISKCON is his body. It's his offering to his Guru Maharaj and our parampara. So in this age of Kali, we know that wherever people have to do things together, there will inevitably be the inclination toward quarrel and hypocrisy and all of these other things. So when Srila Prabhupada was in Vrindavan, he returned to Vrindavan. After 12 years of spreading our movement all over the world, he circled it about 12 times. 1965 he left. In 1977 he returned to Vrindavan. And there, just before his departure from this physical world, he told us, you can show your love for me by how you cooperate with one another. That's a difficult thing. But he specifically said, by how you cooperate for the purpose of carrying on this mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In order to have the power to do this, we need to take shelter. Srila Prabhupada gave us, by his example, through his books, through his lectures, through those devotees he trained, the inspiration and the direction to take our sadhana very seriously, to take shelter of studying his books. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to taste Krishna consciousness and to distribute. Along with his associates, beginning with the Panchatattva, they tasted the sweetness of prema and then distributed the contents. Srila Prabhupada wanted us to taste the sweetness of his books and distribute his books. To taste the sweetness of the chanting of the holy names and go out and distribute the chanting of the holy names. To taste the sweetness of prasad and to distribute prasad. This is what bhakti is. We simultaneously, through our sadhana, through our satsang, through our communities, together we taste the nectar of Krishna consciousness. We share the nectar of Krishna consciousness with each other, and then we distribute to the world. This is what ISKCON is. This is the gift that Srila Prabhupada has given us, entrusted to us. Whatever qualifications any of us have, it only has spiritual relevance because we have been blessed by Srila Prabhupada and the previous acharyas. Otherwise, the example given by Srila Prabhupada, all our so-called qualifications are like zeros. If there's 1,000,000 zeros, they all add up to 0. But if we put a 1 in front, then it has true value. And that 1 is our surrender to Krishna. When we surrender to Krishna, samsiddhir haritoshanam. It's not just putting Krishna in front, because putting in Krishna in front means getting Krishna's mercy. When Krishna is pleased by the sincerity of our intent, that's the one that gives everything else we do spiritual value. It's not that just because we become devotees, that means all the zeros have value. Because what does it really mean to become a devotee? Samsiddhir haritoshanam. It means that the sincerity of our intent is we're pleasing Krishna. When Krishna's pleased, then everything else has value. And whether we are great scholars like Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, or whether we're like that simple man who was sitting in the courtyard of Sri Rangam, who was practically illiterate, or whether we're an animal in the forest of Jharikanda. We have limitless zeros. after the one of Krishna. We have infinite value, and when whatever we have, whatever we know, however big or small it may be, when it is used for the pleasure of Krishna, that's all that matters. Are we pleasing Krishna? Our tendency is to see things from a materialistic oriented way of quantity. We become materially competitive. But ultimately, if Krishna is pleased, that's the perfection of our efforts. Yasya prasada bhagavat prasado, yasya prasada nagati kutopi. And pleasing Krishna is not just an imaginative idea. When we follow Srila Prabhupada's instructions and please him as the servant of the servant of the servant, then Krishna is pleased. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhu.
Swarana Gaurari Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Prabhuji, we can continue with the next program. Okay, Hare Krishna. So, first of all, thank you so much, Suvarna Gaurari Prabhu, for such a wonderful nectar, sharing Maharaj's wonderful class. So many wonderful points were there. We will now continue with our next point in the agenda, activity in the agenda is offerings by devotees. What I would do is I would call out names. First of all, I would request Suvarna Gaurari Prabhu to let us know the importance of Vyasa Puja and how the offerings to be made. And then Prabhuji himself will give his offerings. And after that, I will request Braja Krishna Prabhu to be ready with his offerings. I would also request that devotees may try to stick as far as possible to 3 minutes. I will also play a bell, so just as an indication that that we are nearing end of the that 3 minutes. So I will play a bell so that devotees will know when to end. So Suvarna Gaurari Prabhu, you can continue with giving us the importance of Vyasa Puja and also your offerings, Prabhuji. And I also request devotees who are all giving offerings to keep their videos on. All other devotees also can keep their videos on. Hare Krishna. Prabhuji, you are muted.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Prabhuji, voice is not clear. It's kind of breaking or
Hare Krishna.
No, Prabhuji, still it is breaking.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. It's still breaking?
Yes, Prabhuji. It's not audible. It's not clear.
Probably he has to use a wired mic rather than the cordless mic. That creates problem.
He might use another mic, yes, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
There's an echo, Prabhuji, otherwise voice is clear.
If you have another system, you can disconnect the audio in that system, then the echo will not come.
Is it audible now?
Yes, Prabhuji. Echo is still there.
Hare Krishna.
Or you may just use a cell phone and go somewhere and give your offering. That is also good.
Hare Krishna.
Better, Prabhuji.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Hare Krishna. So happy to be with all the devotees and happy to get the chance to host this Vyasa Puja here and also to speak about the meaning of Vyasa Puja. I'd like to just briefly tell and read out some of the sections from the books, Prabhupada books, which tell about the importance of Vyasa Puja. So here, Vyasa Puja is the day when we honor the spiritual master as a representative of Vyasa. So that's a real meaning, because all the knowledge which we get is coming from Krishna. And Vasudeva is the source of all the knowledge, in the sense he has written all the books. So we also call the Vyasasan, the place where the Guru sits and speaks, as Vyasasan, because he is the representative of Vyasadeva. So in that sense, Vyasa Puja is a day where we not only honor our spiritual master, but honor the entire Guru Shishya Parampara. So here is a quote which says, Daily morning we sing, Chakshudan Diloje Janme Janme Prabhu Sei, Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashito, Prema Bhakti Chahoite Avidya Vinasha Chate. He who has given me the gift of transcendental vision is my Lord, birth after birth. By his mercy, divine knowledge is revealed within the heart. He bestows Prema Bhakti and destroys all ignorance. So spiritual master gives us the knowledge by which the ignorance in the heart is destroyed. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami writes the same thing in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Guru Krishna Rupa Hai Shastrera Pramane. It is proven in the Vedic literatures that Krishna appears as Guru. Because Bhagavad Tattva is one. It is often also said that Guru Tattva is one. We have an eternal, perfect, loving relationship with Krishna. This means that life after life, he is our spiritual master. Krishna Nitya Prabhu. And we are his eternal servants, Jiva Nitya Das. The Guru is Janme Janme Prabhu. Life after life, he is our master. So there is the concept of Samashti Guru and Veshti Guru. Samashti Guru means sum total of all Gurus, and Krishna is that Samashti Guru. And Veshti Guru means a personality, the individual Guru who comes as a representative of Krishna to deliver us. So he is called as Veshti Guru. So on this day, Vyasa Puja day, especially it is celebrated on the appearance day of the spiritual master. So we worship that spiritual master as the representative of Krishna. And Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati writes in his commentary that he introduced Vyasa Puja in Gaudiya Math, and there he writes, Vyasa Puja means the puja of all Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharyas. From this statement, we can understand the purport of Vyasa Puja. It is not only the puja of Vyasadeva or of Krishna or of Gausundar or of Guru. That is not real Vyasa Puja. Vyasa Puja means the puja of all pure Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharyas. That is real Vyasa Puja. So on the day of Vyasa Puja, the spiritual master, he accepts the worship from his disciples and offers it
to the Guru Shishya Parampara, because he is the immediate connection for all of us, and we have access to the Guru Parampara through him. So he acts like a transparent via medium to transfer our love and devotion and service to Krishna. And by glorifying the spiritual master, we also get purified. It is said that glorifying the Vaishnavas is a real business of the tongue, to glorify Vaishnavas and the Supreme Lord. So on this day, by hearing the glories of the Guru, this Guru is like a diamond, and from whichever direction we look at him, he shines in different colors, and different devotees, disciples who interact with him have different experiences. So by hearing from all the different Vaishnavas about the spiritual master, we get more and more understanding about his service, about his mood, about his contribution or service to his spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. So in that way, we can develop more appreciation and recommit ourselves, as we generally do on the day of initiation. So Vyasa Puja can also be a day where we again and again, every year, we recommit ourselves to the service of spiritual master, that we give our life, our body, mind and words in his service. So in that way, we celebrate Vyasa Puja for our own purification and to glorify the spiritual master as a representative of Krishna. So this is in brief the meaning of Srila Vyasa Puja. And Prabhupada says that Guru is like a transparent via medium, like a tax collector. He collects tax and gives to the king. Similarly, Guru also collects the service of all the disciples and offers it to Krishna. So, and I'm very grateful to spiritual master, because without him, I would not have got introduced to Krishna consciousness and got the, especially, I'm very grateful because he gave us the wonderful opportunity for practicing Krishna consciousness in ISKCON. Because it is very, very special, and especially Maharaj has the mood of Vrindavan. He himself being very, very close to Vrindavan, his heart is full of Vrindavan. As Lord Chaitanya says, Anyara Hridayaman Moraman Vrindavan. Lord Chaitanya says that my heart is Vrindavan. Similarly, Maharaj, his heart is filled with Vrindavan. He always contemplates on Vrindavan. And he has actually, he fell in love with Vrindavan. He didn't want to go back to America when he came to India. So I think the volume, they want it more louder. I'll bring it more closer. So his heart is Vrindavan. So he has manifested Vrindavan in Govardhan Eco village, which was his dream. And recently we are hearing so many lectures from him about Vrindavan he manifested. And I see many devotees in this Zoom call keeping Radha Madan Mohan as their backdrop. So which shows that these devotees are also carrying that mood of Vrindavan and Maharaj. So basically the mood of Vrindavan is that of service. Serve Krishna, give Krishna to, please Krishna, please the devotees. That's the mood of Vrindavan. And Maharaj is carrying that. And he always emphasizes this point of try to be the servant of the servant, not be the boss. In this humble mood, whatever services we do, try to do it in this humble mood, not wanting any recognition or position. Just serve in whatever way Krishna wants us to serve, Guru wants us to serve. So that mood Maharaj is emphasizing. So I pray on this day that Spiritual Master blesses me with this blessing, that I can cultivate this mode of being the servant of the servant and the mode of Vrindavan. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Suvarna Gaudari Prabhu, for highlighting this wonderful mood that Maharaj displays and practices. I would request this Prajakrishna Prabhu. I think Prabhu is in ICC, no? Yes, Hare Krishna. And after Prabhu speaks, I would request His Grace Harikshetra Prabhu to be ready with his offerings. We'll hear from Harikshetra Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So I am very grateful to the management to give me a chance to offer this Vyasa Puja offering on the 70th Vyasa Puja, which is something very, very special of Maharaj. So recently during lockdown time, I got a chance to read Brihad Bhagavatam. And in Brihad Bhagavatam, the Gopkumar, he was not satisfied in Vaikuntha. And then Narad Muni comes and tells him that you go first to Ayodhya, and from Ayodhya, Lord Ramchandra directed him to Dwarka. And in Dwarka in spiritual world. So he met Uddhava and Narada there. And that time, when Gopkumar asked Uddhava that please tell me the glories of Golok Vrindavan. Please tell me how can I go to Golok Vrindavan. Uddhava first fainted. And then Uddhava started saying that love of Brajavasis is very difficult to get. It's only possible by utter humility and utter dependence. And while I was reading Bhagavatam, every page I was remembering Maharaj lecture. That Maharaj mood in every of his lecture was the mood what Uddhava was teaching. Gokumar has already reached Vaikuntha to go to Golok Vrindavan. And a realization dawned in my heart that we just follow the teachings of our Guru Maharaj, follow the teachings of Maharaj, then actually Maharaj is giving the training, Maharaj is giving us the mood by which we can go to Golok Vrindavan. And very amazingly, Maharaj narrated this Brihad Bhagavatam pastime during this Kartik Yatra. And the last day of Kartik Yatra, by the mercy of devotees, we got a chance to interact with Maharaj on Zoom. And that time I offered a poem to Maharaj as a humble prayer because I find myself very much lacking to follow Maharaj's teaching. So for the pleasure of all Vaishnavas, I would like to tell about this poem, which I recited before Maharaj, and Maharaj smiled after the poem. And of course, I couldn't understand Maharaj is happy or what, but when I went to Pune, so devotees told, oh, your poem Maharaj liked very much. So it needs, devotees to know whether Guru Maharaj is happy or not there. So in this age of quarrel and aggression, you have shown us loving cooperation. In this world of selfish sense gratification, you have taught us selfless service and compassion. We are trying to be masters of masters, but you taught us to be servant of servants. We had our small temporary family. You gave us Vrindavan as our eternal family. In this world of happiness of meeting, you taught us to love Krishna in separation. Gurudev, kindly consider my prayer to you to give me strength, to give up my mastership mentality accrued, and to develop the mood of humble servant of servant, to chant the holy names in a prayer, humble and formal. So Maharaj was silent for 20 seconds after hearing this prayer, and he gave a bigger smile after that and there. And I could see how Maharaj was interacting with all the devotees. What is Maharaj's concern? Though Maharaj in US, but we can be one thing very sure, he's remembering all of us. So though he may not be personally interacting with us, but we can be very sure that Maharaj is remembering all of us. And during even lockdown time, the Maharaj is trying to reach devotees more personally, giving Zoom classes to different temples, meeting devotees, meeting the leaders. So Maharaj is feeling that need, even that he's remembering us during even this time when Maharaj is in US. And even after the Kartik Yatra, the dancing kirtans. So those devotees who were in Zoom, Maharaj told they were dancing, and Maharaj was relishing their dancing. And Maharaj is telling, I'm remembering Sri Vrindavan Dham, where all devotees would be dancing like this on different screens. So I felt that Maharaj is feeling so much, and Maharaj took a feedback. Maharaj was asking the devotees, how you felt the yatra, and all devotees telling Maharaj, you felt like the Kartik Yatra there in your presence, in your mercy and his person. So how Maharaj is remembering Maharaj's prayers and everything, such a mood is so amazing. And like one devotee was sharing me one pastime of Maharaj, that once personal servant of Maharaj was going to Kumbh Mela during Kumbh Mela Snan, and he was not able to come. And then he told that, no, I will go for the Kumbh Mela Snan because I'm Maharaj's personal servant, and he was allowed. Then Maharaj told, you take bath. Then personal servant said that, no, Maharaj, I have left all the devotees. How can I come and take bath over in the Kumbh Mela Snan. So Maharaj said, we are not taking Snan alone, we are taking on behalf of all devotees. So Maharaj goes to Balaji, Tirupati Balaji, prayer for hours together for all the disciples there. So always his kindness and compassion, our life is going on. And Maharaj is so expert in sheltering devotees. Just one incident happened where some of the devotees who have done tremendous service, 10, 20 years, and they felt some problems in their life, and even the community did not support it. But Maharaj gave them so much shelter, make them feel so much valued that they were just completely sold out to Maharaj. So it's our great fortune that we are so much sheltered under Maharaj and his teachings, and we just follow teachings. The ignorance, like in the 11th canto explains, the ignorance which doesn't go even at the time of annihilation of the whole universe. Though the material universe is temporary, but the ignorance is eternal. But by the mercy of Guru Maharaj, we are getting rid of this ignorance and getting a way out of this material world and follow the teachings of Gaudiya Sampradaya, following teachings of Srila Prabhupada, and a way to go to Golok Vrindavan, which is completely impossible for us. It's only possible by Gurudev's mercy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prabhuji. I would request Harikshetra Prabhu to give his offerings, and after that I would request His Grace Anadi Jagannath Prabhu to be ready with his offerings. And humble request, let us all restrict to a time limit of 3 minutes. The only intention being, and also the bell being ringing, the intention is so that we can accommodate as much devotees as possible. That is the only intention. So please do not take it otherwise. Hare Krishna. Harikshetra Prabhu, you can.
Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So I just joined in when the class was on, and was fortunate to hear a little bit of the class. And Maharaj was really very amazingly bringing out this point.
Prabhuji, is the volume can be increased a little bit more?
Volume.
Or maybe you can speak a little near.
Yeah, I'll just see. Volume is maximum. Yes.
Perfect, Prabhuji. This is fine.
Okay, so I just joined in when Maharaj was giving his class, and it was really wonderful to hear from Maharaj. Maharaj was speaking about how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to give the topmost gift of the Krishna Prem, and he was explaining practically how when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Vrindavan, so how he danced with the peacocks and he dealt with everyone, and he was constantly in intense Krishna consciousness. And this is what Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has came to give us all. So this is a very one nice point that Maharaj was making, that our business in this organization is to be Krishna conscious and to be focused on this. And all other things are there, like Maharaj also was mentioning about the organized religion. And we have this devil of organization is there, but then we have to be reminded of our real business, that is Krishna consciousness. So it was really very amazing point which Maharaj made. And then another very nice point that Maharaj made is to stay together and cooperate. So how Srila Prabhupada asked in the last days, and then he made it very graphical. He told that Prabhupada was there in Radha Damodar, and then he left Radha Damodar and he came back after 12 years. And then what is it that he wanted from there? So he wanted cooperation. So just like Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur requested Prabhupada in the banks of Radhakund to distribute books, so to print books. So something it's similar to that. So Prabhupada comes back to Vrindavan and then he requests his disciples to stay together. And that's a very valuable instruction that we can take from Maharaj. And then also Maharaj made one amazing point that all of our qualifications are like zeros. And until unless we surrender to Krishna in the Guru Parampara, so that one will not be there, and we will be our value will not be there. So with this, I just a few gems I collected from the lecture that was played just before. And I always remember, and I have a very, very little association with Maharaj. And my brahmacharya ashram started in like the first, I was sent for training in Chowpatty temple. And then the few months that I stayed there, so I was lucky to have Maharaj also there at that point in time. So I heard that Maharaj stays there for 6 months and stays, travels abroad in the rest of the time. So one time I was just sitting in the corridor and chanting. Maharaj just came, walked in, and he just stood in front of me. And I got up and he just hugged me. And I cannot forget that hug throughout my life. It was like, it was looking like, I was lost somewhere. So I just lost my identity somewhere. It's not like Brahman merging, but somewhat, some different feeling I got. So that was like unexpected, and it's a valuable treasure that I would cherish throughout my life. And it was such a loving atmosphere, and few things which I was I was seeing some unique things that were happening in the ashram there. So once I asked, there is some kind of an event that was happening in the ashram. So can we not have a test of this one? So then one devotee told, no, Maharaj doesn't like any tests. No, here no test happens. So he doesn't want to judge any devotee like that. So that is one thing. And then another thing is, I was doing this Pujari service in the Lakshmi Narayan temple, and then the devotees there before who taught me, so they would keep Maharaj's picture in such a way that even if Maharaj comes for darshan, so the picture will not be visible. So then he told that no, Maharaj doesn't like to see his picture on the on the altar. So this was very the humble attitude and humble mood of Maharaj that I could able to see. And so many more gems at that point in time, like when I was there. It was really a very nice atmosphere, and the devotees, more than Maharaj's disciples gave me so much of mercy. It is somehow that's my foundation in the ashram. I was fortunate to be there for a few months there, and then could get this valuable association, and I would always cherish this. So thanks a lot, Maharaj, for your causeless mercy upon this useless soul. So it's a collection of mercy that we are surviving actually. So I always cherish this mercy very close to my heart. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Harikshetra Prabhu, for sharing this wonderful occasion, which you cherish. I would now request His Grace Anadi Jagannath Prabhu to give his heartfelt offerings. And after that, I would also request His Grace Murli Murari Prabhu to be ready with his offerings.
Hare Krishna. Can you, Prabhu?
Anadi Jagannath Prabhu, you can switch on your video.
I'm on, Prabhu. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Prabhuji. We can hear you.
Yeah. Is my video on? You can see me?
Yes, Prabhuji. We can see you now. Hare Krishna.
Okay. Thank you. Om Ajnanatimandasya Jnanadana Sadakaya Chaksurumritamina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutala Smriti Jayapataka Swami Niti Namini Namo Acharya Padaya Nitaya Prabhakadaya Gaurkatha Dhammadhana Namtani Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutala Smriti Radhanath Swami Niti Namini. So really a wonderful occasion. We actually look forward every year for Maharaj's appearance day. So, dear Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj, please accept my most respectful obeisances at your holy feet. All glories to you. This is actually a wonderful day and a great opportunity specifically for me that we can express, and I can express my gratitude towards you for what you have done for our society in specific and for mankind in general. So consciously, unconsciously, all of us recognize Maharaj's importance and his potency in reaching out to different sections of the society. And like Maharaj was saying in his class, and Harikshetra Prabhu rightly pulled out the gems from his class. One thing Maharaj said was, the Lord does not stay where he does not stay in Vaikuntha, or he does not stay in the heart of the yogis, but wherever they chant his holy name and they discuss his form and activities. And who better than discussing his form and activities than Maharaj? His classes are so very thorough, so well prepared. It's like a reference for all of us neophytes. It's like when we see before, if you have very short time and you need to prepare for any particular class, you just have to go to Maharaj's class, go through hear the class, and then you can just be like the parrot, and it will touch the hearts of others because it is from Maharaj's mouth. You have to just be a transparent via media if possible during that time. So, and she walks the talk, if we can say that. It's like Maharaj's taste for holy name, and very small, sweet memoirs. Once we were in Vrindavan, and it's like it's so difficult for me to sit and chant continuously at one place. And it's like Maharaj was just sitting and chanting in front of the altar there continuously with so much. It has been such an inspiration that the way Maharaj has his taste for his holy name. And then the next thing, the taste for serving the Vaishnavas is like unparalleled. The way Maharaj took the care of Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, or it could be that always, it comes, can't forget the way Maharaj inspired everyone to chant for Guru Maharaj. My Guru Maharaj is on a Jayapataka Swami, and till date, my Guru Maharaj attributes his comeback to Radhanath Maharaj's prayers. And the way Maharaj interacts with his god brothers, and specifically I would say with the kids of the Prabhupada disciples, with the Gurukulis or the third generation, it's like you just melt off. It's like butter. Like the way Maharaj is so dear to everyone. One specific incident. Oh, that's a bell for me. I'll just quickly. So one specific incident which I remember, this was in Los Angeles, and both the Maharajas were giving class. It was Japta Maharaj and Radhanath Swami Maharaj giving the class. And at the end of the class, both had to give out cookies to everyone. And I very sweetly remember that Maharaj quickly gave away the cookies to everyone. Radhanath Maharaj's queue got over. And then Maharaj came to Guru Maharaj's queue and then stood for asking for a cookie. And then Guru Maharaj didn't know what to do. Guru Maharaj also gave him a cookie, but then after that, Guru Maharaj asked, "Can you also give me a cookie?" And then Maharaj, that's a very nice video. And then Maharaj gave a cookie back to him. So then what Japta Maharaj, Guru Maharaj did was he took that cookie and he showed it to all of us. So all of us started jumping for it because it was Mahaprasad. And what Guru Maharaj did was he took that up and he put it in his pocket, touched his heart and said, "This is very close to me, not for any one of you all." And we all were devastated. So they have very, very sweet interactions, which both of them had, and in fact, all of them have. And so one other thing is it's so difficult for us to glorify anyone, but Maharaj can glorify each of his god brothers and glorify each for a whole class. And that becomes like so interesting. It's like so nice to learn that quality from Maharaj. Lastly, we would request Maharaj, would humbly pray to him that we also develop that genuine desire for glorifying devotees, irrespective of the devils of the organization, as Maharaj said, and to develop that Vaishnava quality so that we can serve everyone. Thank you, Maharaj, for being such an inspiration. And at last, I would also like to thank the ICC management that in spite of this pandemic, they are conducting the Vaishnava ceremony, the ceremony for Maharaj, the Vyasa Puja ceremony for Maharaj. So very, very thankful for that. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji, for sharing this wonderful relations between, sweet relations between God brothers. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. I would request His Grace Murli Murari Prabhu to share his, give his offerings. And after that, I would request His Grace Mani Sundari Mataji to be ready with her offerings. Hare Krishna. Murli Murari Prabhu?
Is it audible to you? Hare Krishna, is it audible?
Yes, Prabhuji. Some little disturbance is there, but some humming sound is there, Prabhuji. You can try now, Prabhuji.
Can you try?
You try speaking, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, now it's coming. Now it's coming.
No, it is perfect, Prabhuji. Yes, Prabhuji.
Is it okay, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhuji. We can hear you. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnanandatimirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Sakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bodhale Srimade Jayapadaga Swami Nitinamini. Namo Acharya Padaya Nidaka Prapadayane Gauragada Damdaya Nagaragrandane. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bodhale Srimade Radhanath Swami Nitinamini. Jai Radhanath Swami Guru Maharaj Ki Jai. Glorification of a Vaishnava means following his preachings, respects his thoughts. In line with this, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, he came long way in this movement of Srila Prabhupada, and as a gift for all of us. Not only Maharaj, all his disciples also a gift for us. I wish to revisit a few of the quotes Maharaj was mentioning, which will energize me. More than 4 or 5 times I happened to meet Maharaj. We got a very close audience with Maharaj. So all this giving me a lot of inner energy whenever I meet him. And some of his quotes, which I want to share it with you. It is like pearls. I could call these quotes are like pearls, like how this Trinadapi Suni Chena Tarorahi Sagishuna, Amanina Manajana Kirtaniya Sadahari, how it can be wear as a necklace around your neck, started by Srila Prabhupada. In the same way, each and every quote of Maharaj can be worn in the heart. It can be as a jewel of your heart. Maharaj says, a greatest gift we can give in a living of a life of improving the character, a life of service, compassion, and gratitude towards God. It is from here we can make the use of our lives and give back the humanity at large, he says. And more of his quotes, he says, don't judge a devotee. It could be a spiritual destruction, he says. And also Maharaj mentions, one by one, I want to read a few quotes of Maharaj. Mercy means to get what you don't deserve. It gives me a lot of insight. Every one of us will be asking, please give your mercy, please give your mercy. Maharaj says, mercy means to get what you don't deserve. Behavior of a devotee can be a scare or an ornament on the reputation of the spiritual master. It's a wonderful statement. And we want to be an ornament. We should not be a scare on the reputation of the spiritual master. And also Maharaj says, Krishna conscious not achieved, but awarded. We are thinking that by our own efforts we can achieve Krishna conscious. It is not possible. It is awarded by the spiritual master. So all credit goes to him. And also, we are always fear about getting defeated with others. But Maharaj says, Bhakti means science of being defeated. And when we got defeated by the Lord, then we are having, by His love, when we got defeated, then we are very close to the Lord. Same way, when we are getting defeated, when Lord is getting defeated, we are very close to Him. Like that, vice versa. Sense of urgency brings eagerness to hear Krishna Katha, that we know, and through which we can achieve the bliss. Humility and sincerity in chanting the holy name will bring Krishna closer. And Maharaj says, expecting respect is miserable. Giving respect, we can be happy. That's what Maharaj says. Vaishnava forgives the offender even before offense is over. It's a wonderful statement by Maharaj. Spirituality means development of character and philosophy of Krishna consciousness. And he is advising each and every one of us, don't compromise your integrity for the thrills of the world, then you will be suffer in future. What is the meaning of love? Love is being enjoyed, not an enjoyment, and it is a service, Maharaj says. Each and every one, it's a pearl which we'll have to wear in our heart. Strength comes from surrender, not by challenging. Strength is coming from surrender, but it is horrible for any controller. If you want to control something, it is a horrible. Realization will not come without humility, Maharaj says. And he is giving a general advice. Feel like a fool, but keep your intelligence alert always. Always we'll have to feel that we are fools and keep our intelligence always alert. And also he is warning us, disunity among devotee cannot bring Sankirtan. And he is advising us, don't let your breath escape without Krishna's name. Each and every word of it I was enjoying. As in fact, I am printing it. I am going to keep it in my desk. To each and every day I will have to, because especially for me, with each and every one of his advice, it's going to cost me a very lot, heavy. Words spoken irrelevant about Krishna is our ego. If you are not speaking about Krishna, all other talks, it is about our ego. That's what it says. And he is talking about the leadership qualities. Leadership is a serious responsibility to serve others. It is not a post to just control others. See, first offense is thinking we are better than other devotee. This will take away opportunity to serve. That's what Maharaj says. Finding fault is a sense gratification and it contaminates the heart. And one who finds fault is always full of fault. And also in the last quote, what I could say, as Maharaj says, Krishna withdraws his mercy when we criticize others. So each and every gem of a thought, and it is given for our benefit, and we will have to utilize it in a very, very nice way. And all glories to Radhanath Maharaj. When I say all glories to Radhanath Maharaj, it means everything, because nothing belongs to us. I met Radhanath Maharaj in so many occasions. I got an opportunity to meet him and having an association once in the book release in the Delhi. He was releasing that book. So that time I was having a close association of the Maharaj, and he gave one book signed by him, because maybe third or fourth book on that occasion. First book release in India was only in Delhi. So so that I got an opportunity to get that. I was in Delhi at the time. Then once in Radhanath Puri Radhayatra, I used to mention earlier also, I got an opportunity to sit in a parapet wall closer to Maharaj. Without knowing, I was clumping when the Rath was coming very close. Radhanath Rath was coming very close. Everybody running away. I also ran away towards one parapet wall and tried to jump over the wall and try to sit. Already Maharaj was sitting there. Some of the devotees said, hey, move. Then I look at it, I saw Saffron, and then I saw Maharaj's face. He was smiling. So nice. That is a good experience. Once I and Rangaraj Prabhu, I used to say that in Calcutta temple, We are coming one side from south. Raghunath is coming, other side I was coming. The center from the temple hall, Maharaj came. We immediately after seeing Maharaj, we went and bowed down to him. He lifted us, lifted both of us and hugged us. So closely he hugged us as if he's stalwart. So that was a wonderful experience. So then in Bengaluru Radhayatra, very long back, Maharaj came. We got a wonderful association. And I thank His Holiness to give so many sincere disciples who are my dear friends even today. Praying for his guidance always. Pray to Narasimhadev to give all the protection and health and courage to this mission of serving Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Radhan Maharaj. Radhan Maharaj ki jai. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
So much for sharing these gems, Prabhuji. Wonderful realizations. Thank you so much. I would request, I guess, Malini Sundari Mataji to give her offerings. And after that, I would request His Grace Chaitanya Mohan Prabhu to be ready with his offerings. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Am I audible, Prabhu?
Yes, Mataji.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. I offer my obeisances to all the Vaishnavas on this auspicious occasion, the 70th Vyasa Puja celebrations of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. My sincere thanks to ICC management and His Grace Shri Gopinath Pran Prabhu for giving me this opportunity. I have no qualification to even utter the name of such an exalted personality. Yet, I beg and pray at the feet of all in this august assembly to accept this humble offering for my own purification. We have the greatest good fortune of the invaluable association of our spiritual fathers, spiritual uncles, and senior mothers of our movement all around the globe, who are carrying the mission and vision of Srila Prabhupada within their hearts and surcharging the atmosphere with just their presence, exemplary actions, and sublime instructions. Tirthi Kurvanti Tirthani, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj is one such all holy places personified, who's been traveling around the world for more than 6 decades, showering his limitless compassion, love, and care, purifying hearts, imparting practical instructions to sincere seekers in all walks of life, thereby rendering every place into a place of pilgrimage. Maharaj is so well known and deeply loved by all for his famous books, Journey Home and Journey Within, as much as he always inspires and molds us with higher principles and human values. In all his lectures, Maharaj earnestly enlightens us on the qualities of humility, tolerance, compassion, gratitude, selfless love, etc. With just 2 wonderful analogies, Maharaj brings out the essence of another very important foundational virtue of life, which is relationships, and the value of spiritual and material relationships, which we knowingly or unknowingly tend to underestimate. Maharaj gives a very beautiful example of a crane standing on one foot in the water looking for food. The crane ignores the scores of small fish passing by, but when a big fish appears, he immediately scoops it out and feasts on it, because that is the focus of significance for the crane. Maharaj explains that unless we are focused on the higher principles and more valuable things in life, we also get distracted by petty little things and miss out on the big fish. In his own life, when Maharaj was just 8 years old, he had the most harrowing experience of disorientation when his most beloved and lovable father and mother wanted to separate in disagreement. But for the sake of the children, which is the higher principle, the father and mother struggled very hard and finally earned to become 2 most wonderful, loving, united people, because they mutually chose to focus on the big fish. I reflected on that this wonderful life principle applies to all kinds of relationships within our own hearts, devotional life, between devotees, between family members, between friends, etc. So even if we have disagreements, if we have a higher purpose, we can recognize why we are together understand the necessity of adjusting and accepting each other as we are by the strength of satsang, sadhana, and sadachar. So on this most auspicious occasion, I beg and pray at the lotus feet of Maharaj that I may not underestimate the value of relationships, that I may not get distracted by the petty fishes of envy, pride, false ego, duplicity, hypocrisy, etc., that I may execute all my roles diligently, sincerely, and responsibly in thought, word, and deed, that I may try to focus on the higher principles of Krishna consciousness with proper behavior, character, and integrity, and someday become a worthy recipient of the mercy of Hari, Guru, and Vaishnavas. Shri Prabhupada ki Jai. His Holiness Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mataji, for sharing such a wonderful realization that we all can contemplate on. Thank you, Mataji. I would now request His Grace Chaitanya Mohan Prabhu to share his offerings, and after that, I would request His Grace Ananta Vallabh Prabhu to be ready with his offerings. Hare Krishna. Chaitanya Mohan Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhu. Am I audible?
Yes, Prabhuji, you can share your video as well.
No, thanks. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanshalakhaya Chakshurmilitam Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Vancha kalpataruvasya kripa sindhuvya cha paritanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavabhyo namo namah. Thank you, Prabhuji, for I'm thankful to the management, Gopinath Randas Prabhu, and to you all for giving me this wonderful opportunity of this seva to speak about a stalwart, a great Vaishnava, Puja Radhanath Goswami Maharaj Ji. Although I'm not qualified to speak for such personalities, but I'm taking this as a seva and offer my offerings to Maharaj Ji. He's a very extraordinary, exemplary spiritual master, and he's a very extraordinary disciple of Srila Prabhupada. As the Prabhuji was mentioning, like he's a gems and he's one of the pearl. Like oh, Moti ki mala, in that Prabhupada is what that all these disciples are. So he's one of the pearls of that mala actually. And he's a very wonderful spiritual master also. I have so many my friends and devotees who are known to me in Bombay. They all are the disciples of Maharaj. And I keep on hearing, I am really actually very fortunate that I got a couple of associations with Maharaj Ji during the Jagannath Rath Yatra at Juhu and the Nagar Sankirtan at Chowpatty, and some seva which I was rendering at Radha Ras Bihari Ji temple, and where I got very good inspirations also from Maharaj Ji. He's a very wonderful teacher, and all the big corporate worlds who's who, they all follow very closely to Radhanath Maharaj Ji. So not only on the spiritual platform, he's a very good, he had shown his leadership skills, and I being as a management student, I like follow very closely. Even Mukesh Ambani family, they come to Chowpatty temple and meet Maharaj Ji. So even in the corporate lectures also, he gives so many lectures at the corporates and he visits them. And it's not to the managers, but basically all the owners of the companies, they hear to Maharaj. And there he gives such a simple examples, like one such example of the Gangubai, how she has like basically struggled in her life and how she overcome of that. And from there, he connects that to the spiritual, whatever the Prabhupada's teachings and Lord Chaitanya's teachings on that. And that way, really, so simply he narrates that it goes straightway into your mind. And he's a great visionary, like just like Srila Prabhupada Ji, exactly following the Srila Prabhupada Ji. And his such great visions are like, that is how he has created this Bhaktivedanta hospital. You see the Govardhan Eco Village, where even the 5-star hotels are also failed. And in terms of another very good this thing for us actually, like the next generation people, is the Bhaktivedanta Vidyapeeth Research Center, which is affiliated to Mumbai University. Like what Prabhupada Ji's dream was that the ISKCON devotees they should not be following blindly whatever is being told. They should also do the research, they should do the study and read the Shastras. That is how Prabhupada ji always wanted that the people should do the Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav and so many courses. And this Maharaj is really presenting that. Through Govardhan village, entire Vrindavan has come to that Vada village. And if anyone has visited, it's like he will not forget the kind of, you get the devotee care, kind of treatment you get over there. I mean, you really forget the outside world. And the devotee care services is the best, whatever the Chopati temple devotees they give across, I can say, because may it be the Kumbh Mela where the Prasadam services, may it be the Jagannath Rath Yatra at Radha Ras Bihari Ji Juhu, or may it be the Nagar Sankirtan. Everywhere, Gaurang Prabhu and his team, they are ready to serve the devotees by cooking the Prasadam and, serving with so much love and affection that you really, it's all example which he has created. And Maharaj is so humble that we call it, it is like Charam Parakasta. Like, I mean, it is on the extreme, basically. Once, I remember one incident where like Maharaj ji was on airport and the flight got delayed and he did not got a place. He sat down on the ground and started chanting basically with him. That is a humbleness, like there is absolutely no this thing. Same thing I saw once. I was doing some seva on the stage. I was on the stage seva at Jagannath Rath Yatra festival, where Maharaji came and Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj came. He immediately asked him first he should sit, and Maharaji, Gopal Krishna Maharaji was saying first you sit. And this was going on, who's the first kind of thing. Then finally, like they both sat. So he takes care of utmost care, even basically for the Vaishnavas, that devotee care, he himself shows that examples. And that time I'm telling some like a couple of years back when I was wondering, giving some seva, and I was doing some, I was having that fear on the stage basically, and fearful of like doing some mistakes with all the GBCs were sitting on the stage and I don't know who's who and that kind of thing. Maharaji came and told me, don't worry, just do your seva. You are doing a Vaishnav seva. So don't worry for your mistakes, just do your best. And you'll not believe, after that, it was really, I don't know what kind of inspiration came in me. And it was really wonderful. So I'm really thankful to Maharaj for inspiring me. And I'm very thankful for all kind of his, the examples and what he gives in his lectures. I really do take a lot of things and try to inculcate those things in my personal character to the extent possible. I know the time is really short and so many people have to speak. I am really thankful to the management once again for giving me this opportunity. And I can't speak for such a wonderful devotee so much, but he is really wonderful and awesome, I can say. Thanks and all glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to His Holiness Radhanath Goswami Maharaj on his 70th Vyasa Puja. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prabhuji, for adding some more gems to the list. Thank you so much. Now, I would now request His Grace Anantavalla Prabhu to give his offerings, and after that, request His Grace Rabindranath Prabhu to be ready with his offerings. Hare Krishna. Anantavalla Prabhu.
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swami Vidinamani. So very grateful and privileged that I got opportunity to say a few words about Maharaj. So I just want to share one pastime which actually touched my heart and also shook my heart. So after hearing, I heard this pastime 2 years ago, and it completely changed my perception about how to practice bhakti. So just presenting before all of you. This was few years ago. Maharaj, as Maharaj travels all over the world, so once he visited New Vrindavan, and all of us, we know Maharaj was many years in he has served in New Vrindavan, and once in a year, once in 2 years he visits. So this particular time, Maharaj went to New Vrindavan, and there whole day he is busy with so many schedules, and so many preaching programs, meeting devotees, Prabhupada disciples, and he was quite busy. And after the whole day busy schedule, about 8:30, 8 o'clock, he came and sat in the night. 8 o'clock, he came and sat in front of Prabhupada DT, and he was started chanting. So the pujari in that temple, so he was about to close the temple by 8:30, and he closes the altar, and he comes out and sees the light is on near the Prabhupada. And when he sees Maharaj is sitting straight, completely absorbed and chanting the holy names. And this Prabhuji thought, yeah, Maharaj is whole day was busy. Maybe a few rounds he had left. Few rounds are left. So he's just completing. I think after a few rounds, he will go back. So, but internally his mind was saying, Prabhupada's DT, there is a light on, and hope Maharaj knows that he has to switch off the light. So he was confused, and he said, it's okay. Maharaj was from New Vrindavan. I came much later. So he had faith that Maharaj will switch off the light because Krishna's energy, nobody should waste it. So all this philosophy we have heard. So with that philosophy in mind, so he goes back to his room and he sleeps peacefully. Because morning he has to get up at 3 o'clock to come back to altar seva. But during his sleep, meanwhile, about 12:30 in the midnight, he suddenly wakes up and suddenly thought comes whether Maharaj has switched off the light or not. So just to reconfirm it, so he was staying in the first floor or second floor. He just peeps, he comes out of his room and peeps to near the temple, and he sees light was on. So he feels that Maharaj has forgotten to switch off the light. So he comes all the way. He was not ready to come because still he thought Krishna's energy should not get wasted. So he takes the pain to come down in that sleepy mood. And he about to enter the temple, but he was surprised to see Maharaj still sitting in the same place, still sitting straight and closed his eyes with complete absorption. He's still chanting the holy names. So he saw Maharaj at 8:30 while closing the temple. Now it is 12:30 and nobody is watching. Nobody knows that Maharaj is there in the temple. But Maharaj was chanting. So he thought maybe Maharaj has many rounds pending, or he maybe wants to chant some extra rounds. Anyway, he can chant, I want to go back. So again, he goes back and he sleeps peacefully. Now because he knows Maharaj is there, Maharaj will do the needful. So he goes back and 3:30 he gets up and he comes back to serve in the altar. And when he comes back, still light was on, and he enters the temple. Maharaj is still sitting in the same place, sitting straight, eyes closed with same absorption, which he saw at 8:30. Now at 3:30 in the early morning, still Maharaj is chanting. And he was taken aback. So he thought, what is this? Maharaj has so much of spiritual power to do this. And he thought, what to do now? Maharaj has to sleep also. Night. It is a whole night he is chanting. So when will he sleep? So then he thought, anyway, 4:30 devotees will start coming for Mangalarati. I think at that time he will go. So he goes inside the altar till 4:30. He does DT dressing, everything, makes the things ready for the morning program. And 4:30, he opens the screen. He comes, takes the conch shell to blow, and he sees Maharaj is not there. And he feels very happy that at least now Maharaj goes back to his room and takes rest. So he blows the shank and he starts worshipping. And after Arati, he turns. And again, Maharaj is back. Maharaj has gone back to his room, has taken bath, freshed himself, and has come back for morning program, Mangalarati. So entire Samsara Dava, Narsimha Arati, Tulsi Arati. Then after that, he sits with all the devotees in the japa and he chants next 16 rounds with same absorption, sitting straight with closed eyes and with complete absorption. So this Prabhuji was like completely blown off. So he was saying he was assisting Maharaj many times. He said, like this, I have seen at least 5 times Maharaj chanting throughout the night. And throughout the night, he didn't sleep, he was chanting. Next day, he woke up and did the entire morning program, chanted with devotees, again took breakfast, and again went for the preaching programs. He continued the regular schedule. So when I heard, it was like, for me, it was really a great inspiration and a different paradigm shift of understanding about what is actually bhakti. So then few of my thoughts, what I was thinking, like if I were to be there, I can also sit straight. I can also chant very nicely with absorption, at least being very absorbed. If devotees are around me, I can wake up early in the morning, I can sit in the midst of devotees and chant very nicely and prove the devotees that I can also chant very nicely. But if nobody is watching me, I don't think if I am alone chanting during Corona period, all of us, I think we have understood our capacities. So it is very difficult. So then I was thinking, all of us, or most of us, or at least myself, we are all circumstantial. We are practicing circumstantial bhakti. If circumstances are good, if people are there to appreciate me, people are there to watch, look at me, so then I can portray or I can do very well. So this is circumstantial bhakti, what many of us we are performing. But we have to grow from circumstantial bhakti to intentional bhakti, where intentionally we need to feel that even if nobody is there, I can still sit and chant and relish the holy names. So that is the second level, intentional bhakti. And from intentional bhakti, finally we have to grow to transcendental bhakti. So when I heard about Maharaj, how he didn't care for who is watching, who is not watching, because anyway he had closed his eyes. So that was the beauty, and a lot of inspiration I derived from this pastime. That's why I always say, in the beginning of our Krishna consciousness, what we are doing becomes very important. So in the beginning of our Krishna consciousness, what we are doing becomes very important. But later, once we have grown, then why we are doing and to whom we are doing becomes very important. So from Maharaj, we see how his why he is doing what he is doing and to whom he is doing is very, very strong. His why and his whom he is doing is very strong. That is why he is able to continue for 5 decades with such great absorption, with such great determination, and with such dedication. And Maharaj exactly knows what exactly is needed for the society and what Prabhupada likes. So with this, I'll just conclude. So when Maharaj came to India, Bombay, in Chowpatty, he gave his heart. Almost more than 3 decades, he was there, literally present there, and made a beautiful, wonderful congregation. Very exemplary congregation, and wonderful revolution he created in congregation preaching and also in youth preaching. So then once that was stabilized, then he was thinking, what else I can do for Prabhupada and what Prabhupada needs. Then he understood Prabhupada's one of the dream was he wanted to create new Vrindavan. He wanted to create another Vrindavan, but he could not do it in new Vrindavan. So Maharaj thought, I cannot do it in the new Vrindavan, but at least I can do it in India. So again, he came up with this beautiful project of GEV, Govardhan Eco Village, and he fulfilled. Another is a replica of Vrindavan. So he fulfilled the desire of Prabhupada. And after that, now the GEV stabilized. Now Maharaj thought, what I should do, how I can serve Prabhupada further. Then Maharaj thought Prabhupada's desire was to preach in the West. So now at this age, I think we saw in the video, Maharaj's video, his face has really wrinkled. So he has grown old. Energy is so low. His eyes are actually gone inside. But still, in this difficult situation at the age of 70 years, Maharaj has gone to West. If he sits in India, 10,000 people can come and hear his lectures. If he announces that I'm going to give lecture, minimum 5,000 people can come in India. But that is what he wanted. So what he wants is to please Prabhupada by preaching in West. So when he goes to West for preaching, hardly hundreds may come. But he's still happy and he wants to do more in West by preaching and spreading the holy name. So this is Maharaj, and I did a lot of inspiration by Maharaj's dedication, determination, and this intentional and transcendental bhakti, what he performs. It is a great inspiration for all of us. I pray to Maharaj that one day at least I can understand what he's doing. I don't know whether I'll be able to practice, but at least I can understand what Maharaj is and what Maharaj is doing. And finally do something for the mission of Srila Prabhupada. Jai His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. I would now request His Grace Ravinatha Prabhu to give his offerings. And then after that, I would request His Grace Narari Chaitanya Prabhu to share his offerings. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki Jai. All, I thank the organizers, especially my cousin god brothers and god sisters, to giving me this opportunity to participate in this most auspicious Vyasa Puja celebration of one of the glorious disciple of Srila Prabhupada. In fact, I was told to give offerings to Maharaj, but I was feeling like a sheep in front of Himalayas. What glorification I can give for such a personality. Though my personal interactions are almost minimal, but I have observed him. I have observed His Holiness very carefully along with my Guru Maharaj. There are few things that I have chosen for today very quickly because I know there are many in the queue. One such thing which really struck me is look like His Holiness Maharaj and his disciples were in Mayapur. And of course, you know, as Anant Vallabha Prabhu told, there will be a large troop of devotees following him actually. My Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, he was giving prasadam for all his disciples one by one in a queue. Everybody used to come and he used to give prasadam. Just listen carefully. Once everybody took prasadam, the last person in the queue was His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. He did not exhibit that he is a senior sannyasi, but he also thought to be one among them, and he wants to take prasadam from my Guru Maharaj. And my Guru Maharaj also, played around, putting his hand in the pocket. Where is the prasadam? Like that. Then he hugged him. Look at the humility of this glorious personality known as His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Glorious humility he exhibited, which is the first symptom of a Vaishnava, which is the first symptom of a sadhu. So wonderfully he has exhibited. And also, many times I remember the example given by Srila Prabhupada. The tree which is completely filled with fruits, flowers, it always bends down. And this example truly befits His Holiness. This personality is completely filled with spiritual fruits, flowers, devotion, sadhana, dedication to Srila Prabhupada. That's why this glorious personality always bends with humility and he educates everyone how one should be there in devotional science. I can say His Holiness is the epitome of one sloka, which I want to say, Vasudeve Bhagavati, Bhakti Yoga Prayojitaha, Jana Yati Asu Vairagyam, Gnanam Chayad Ahetukam. This personality is the epitome of this particular sloka in Srimad Bhagavatam. Prabhupada writes, Bhakti, if somebody executes properly, two byproducts comes out. One is Gnana, another is Vairagya. One is knowledge. This personality not only, is completely filled with knowledge, is completely self-realized, and also completely, renounced, basically. And as I told, personality really highlights this particular sloka. And I can say is a perfect example of a disciple. Perfect example of a disciple. Disciple means who can be disciplined. Is a perfect, disciplined disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Lastly, many times I feel how unfortunate I am actually, in spite of having association with such wonderful personalities, why I don't have a tendency to cooperate with others. Why I am self-centered by nature. Why I am so envious of others. Why I want to dominate. Why I am so offensive. Why I want to put down others. Why I don't have a tendency of discipline that he exhibits. Why I don't copy the sadhana which Maharaj does. Why I don't have such intention to go back to Godhead. So in this auspicious day, I beg at the feet of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Maharaj, kindly give me sadbuddhi so that I can utilize this human life properly and be a wonderful servant of Srila Prabhupada my Guru Maharaj, and all the wonderful acharyas like you. All glories to you, Maharaj. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Ravindra Prabhu, for sharing these wonderful realizations. I would now request His Grace Narari Chaitanya Prabhu to share his offerings. And after that, after Prabhu, I would request His Grace Vibhav Krishna Prabhu to be ready with his offerings. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
And also, just one, I want to just announce that we also have His Holiness Bhakti Ratnamrita Swami Maharaj has joined the group. So we can all welcome Maharaj, this lovely chanting Hari Bol. Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Can we hear Maharaj first, then I can speak?
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Prabhuji, there is a schedule which they have made. Probably
Okay.
We have to stick to that in the interest of the. Yes, Prabhu. Sorry for that, Prabhu.
That's okay. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Sharakaya Chakshurumritam Vena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I'm very insignificant to speak about Maharaj because the qualities he possesses, he is immeasurable. But making an attempt for my own purification. So hearing from so many devotees, it's always very touching to the heart. Such exalted devotees Srila Prabhupada produced, and how glorious Srila Prabhupada must be. Srila Prabhupada was telling that to all his disciples that my Guru Maharaj sent all of you to me to serve ISKCON. And now to see after Srila Prabhupada, our movement grow to leaps and bounds, so many branches all over the world. You can see that certainly everyone was from spiritual world. And Radhanath Maharaj stands on top. Okay. So the art of giving, looking at that point, I can only say from ICC, so many wonderful devotees of Maharaj is here. And through them, I can understand the glory of Maharaj. So wonderful devotees, Vanamali Prabhu and Suvarn Gaurhari, Swam Prakash, such an exalted devotees I've been associating. So I can make out from that how the qualities of Maharaj also are there, and so many wonderful congregation devotees. They're all part of our ICC, which is growing. And from this, I can make out the art of giving. So many disciples have come, but no amount of, though not being a part of his administration, but still of ISKCON, they are all supporting ICC so much. So what to speak? The art of giving totally represents from his quality coming out. Another point which I was actually going through is he made one lecture on the choice you can make. Just read 3 lines from there, that you may choose to get on an aeroplane to London, but once on the plane takeoff, you can no longer choose a different destination. So this simple analogy, we are responsible for our choices. Whenever reactions we are presently undergoing due to past choices, we can choose to respond in a way that will be beneficial for us, ourselves, that is around us. That is how we can shape our future. So this is a very important teaching. Personally, I do have experience. Unknowingly, I made a choice. Even though the choice was given option to one of my godbrothers by my Guru Maharaj. But I realized today that if you don't make the right choice, you may land up anywhere else. So by quoting that, I am who I am today because of choices I made yesterday. So it's a great learning that Maharaj is with us, and now and then we can hear his lectures and inspire ourselves to give our best, taking is next to giving. So first is how to give. So we are receiving from Maharaj that so many disciples do come here to ICC, enlighten us. So in a way, we are all his children, and I don't know how to give back that. Only follow in his footsteps as much as possible. I was looking at long back, about 3 years back, I was only hearing about New Vrindavan community and Radhanath Maharaj, how he, after that incident, he made that New Vrindavan community grow like anything. I personally, when I went there, I was amazed to see such a wonderful community coming up. It's not an ordinary person can do such things. So when we measure Phalena Parichayate, that means when we see their activities growing around and so many people following, then there must be something. There's Krishna's energy with them. And certainly Radhanath Maharaj is part of that. And I continue to receive, study, understand, get motivated. And finally, I would also talk about Tranadapi Sunichena, Tarodapi Saishna, Mane Namanadina, Kirtaniya Sadahari. So he's an emblem of this humility, and nobody can really match in that way of that mood, which is a reality. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to glorify Maharaj, and all the best for all of you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. I would request His Grace Vibhav Krishna Prabhu to share his offerings, and after that we'll have His Grace Pramod Nitai Prabhu, who would be sharing his offerings. And post that we will have His Holiness Bhaktivigyan Goswami Maharaj will be enlightening us with all his offerings. So Vibhav Krishna Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Audible?
Hare Krishna.
Am I
yes,
audible?
Prabhu, we can hear you.
Yeah, but you may not be able to see me because my laptop has no camera. So please kindly excuse me. Om Ajnana Timrandasya Gyananjana Shlakya Chikshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swami Iti Namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvaevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So at the beginning, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing of this Smriti Vyasa Puja, and Vyasa Puja was I think a few days ago. So and definitely amongst this august assembly, I feel myself very, very unqualified to speak about His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Though I have been very, very fortunate. So, since the time we came out of the big temple and we set up Jagannath Mandir in the year 2000. So from that time, from the next year, 2001, till 2009, those 8 years, I had a lot of opportunity to participate in many of the programs or yatras which were conducted by the devotees from Radha Gopinath temple. And I was like a very regular participant in the Pune Yatra from 2001 to 2009. And I think 2009 was the last year. After that, it was stopped. So Maharaj always had I don't know, because basically, it used to be all devotees, disciples of Radhanath Maharaj, and a few from other yatras. And one had to take permission to participate in those yatras. And I was fortunate. I was one of them, who was given the permission. So I was able to attend not only the Pune yatras, but also I have attended yatras along with the group, Radha Gopinath group at Vrindavan, Mayapur, and Jagannath Puri. So every single year, I never missed. And Maharaj was always merciful. Many devotees have spoken today. Harikshitra Prabhu spoke, and others also spoke. That, how Maharaj is very kind and merciful, and especially, I don't know, maybe, Maharaj remembered, when I was introduced the first time, that from Bangalore, disciple of His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj. So Maharaj would always, cast his special merciful glance upon me, and would make sure that, I was feeling comfortable, and I was having good association and everything. I was taken care of. And there were, of course, quite a few times when Maharaj, out of his causeless mercy, though I felt so small and so this thing, he would come and, just hold my hand or sometimes even hug me. So many fond memories are there, but today I will take shelter of these two things which stand out. This, I'm nowhere connected with this story. But this story I thought I would share with all of you so that it gives an insight about His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. So how Maharaj, he has, down to earth, very close relationships, especially with many natives of Vrindavan. Maharaj, when he came to India, before getting in touch with ISKCON also, he was staying in Vrindavan. He was exploring, moving around. So, and this story is told by one of the secretaries of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. He remembers that Chiksoli, especially this village, it's a very remote village, and it's about 30 kilometers from Vrindavan. And it is externally a very sprawling mass of poverty, but internally, it's a treasure house of pure devotion. And it is the birthplace of Chitra Sakhi, one of the 8 confidential associates of the divine couple, Radha Krishna. So in November 2008, during a pilgrimage to Vrindavan, this devotee, his name is Damodar Dulal, he says that I was at this place with His Holiness Radhanath Swami. And back in 1971, His Holiness Radhanath Swami had first visited these holy villages surrounding Vrindavan during his spiritual quest. Though he was a sincere spiritualist, even then, he was unknown to most of the world. But now, he was a world-renowned spiritualist with thousands of followers. So one day at Chiksoli, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj visited a mediocre family he knew since 1971, and he visited them for lunch. And I accompanied him. In the kitchen, an old lady squatted on the floor besides the chula, the traditional stuff that's fueled by firewood. And she rolled dough as a pan heated up on the fire. Meanwhile, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, after receiving a warm welcome, freshened up with a bath and a change of clothes, he then sat cross-legged on the kitchen's mud floor and a thali, a lunch plate, was served out before him. And the vraj rotis, hot and fluffy after baking on the pan, landed on His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj's plate, one after another. And Maharaj consumed them with a gusto I had never witnessed before, though I have accompanied him for lunch at several palatial bungalows of downtown Mumbai. But baking a roti on the pan, the lady spoke as if thinking aloud. And she spoke in Hindi. She said, "Aap bilkul badle nahi. You haven't changed at all." So she went on to explain how Radhanath Swami was still as simple as he was in 1971. But for me, who hadn't seen him there in 1971, Radhanath Swami seemed through this entire visit an overgrown child who had returned home some time ago. In 2010, someone brought rotis from Vrindavan to Mumbai for Maharaj. Though it reached his lunch table after 2 days since it was cooked, Maharaj remarked, "The rotis are the best. Every other preparation is a distraction." I again sensed that his heart is always at his home, which is in Vrindavan. So this old lady's, like her realization that from 1971 to 2008, it's a good 37 years. And she is telling, "Aap bilkul badle nahi." That you are still as simple as you were. So I just thought I could share this, though I'm not a part of this story, but it stayed with me. And I think I was told by Gopinath Pran Prabhu, I have one more story, but I will not go into it because it was said 3 minutes and I've certainly shot over time. So I just thank all the devotees and especially the coordinators for giving me a chance for hearing a Vyasa Puja offering of a bona fide spiritual master is certainly very purifying, and it is for us an opportunity to progress and to sustain ourselves in our Krishna consciousness. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna. All glories to His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you so much, Vibha Krishna Prabhu, for sharing this wonderful, sweet pastime. We would definitely like to hear the other pastime also, Prabhuji. So I would request now His Grace Pramonita Prabhu to share his offerings. Pramonita Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So today I'm extremely.
Prabhuji, would you like to have a darshan also, Prabhuji?
Prabhu, I've opened my video.
And you can be a little louder, Prabhuji. I think it is a little feeble.
Okay. So, I'm audible, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Yeah. So today I'm really extremely happy, and I'm really very, very fortunate and having got this opportunity to glorify Maharaj. So I'll take a few minutes. So I was, my personal association means long back in Bengaluru, everybody was saying that Maharaj was he's a foundation of devotee care and he's a devotee care man and everything. But I personally saw that how really he was caring for devotees. So long back when he had come, very long back, when he had came to Bengaluru, so devotees had arranged for a program to launch a book called Back Home. So at that time, after the program and everything got over, so all the devotees, we assembled in one house. So I was also there. So then Maharaj said one devotee to ask to what all the services the devotees did. So one by one, the devotees who did the service, they were saying that what the service was done. And he was introducing to Maharaj. And Maharaj was hearing with rapt attention, and he was glorifying each and every devotee who was done even a menial service. It was so wonderful. Each and every, at least 20 to 30 devotees was there. He did not miss even one devotee who he did not glorify. He glorified every devotee and he earned the glorification of all the devotees. That means to say even insignificant service also even devotee has done, Maharaj acknowledged that service. It was so wonderful to see that sight. I was really so fortunate to be in that this one. And also, Maharaj and all other devotees spoke how Maharaj is epitome also for he was so humble. And I was hearing from his disciple that once in Radha Gopinath Mandir, so he came late night after program. So then he went and slept in brahmachari room where all the devotees were sleeping together. Around 20-30 devotees was there, even though he had a personal room, but he went and slept with all the brahmacharis there. And when morning they got up, they were shocked to see Radhanath Swami Maharaj there. And so I mean, to see so humble and humility Maharaj is. And also Maharaj's one most quality is what I've liked is what a great respect and a great service for his god brother. The love he's got for his god brothers is really amazing. He was glorifying Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. He was glorifying Loknath Maharaj and all his god brothers. Especially when I heard that he arranged when my guru, my spiritual master was in 2008. He was in Bhaktivedanta Hospital. So how he arranged everything for Maharaj, for my spiritual master to have a preaching program in Pune. After that, Maharaj was so much glorifying my spiritual master, in spite of he doing all the things, and also he was glorifying so many things. And the love and the care really is, and humility what Maharaj displays is amazing. So I wish to some other day, sometime I take his one drop of quality of Maharaj. I'll be very grateful. I'll be very really blessed by him. So having got this opportunity, I'm really, really grateful to the organizers, and I'm so happy to glorify His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai. Thank you so much, Pramanita Prabhu, to sharing your heart out. So now we will have His Holiness Bhakti Vidya Goswami Maharaj, who will be sharing his offerings. And I would request His Grace Suvarna Gaur Hari Prabhu to welcome and introduce Maharaj. Suvarna Gaur Hari Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I'm audible, bro?
Little louder. I think it's okay.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Is it better now?
There is some little disturbance, but can we make it a little better, Prabhuji, so that everyone can, it is audible to all?
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Are you able to hear me now, Prabhu?
Fine, Prabhuji, that is what we can do. Fine, Prabhuji, you can go ahead.
Hare Krishna. So Maharaj will be coming just in a minute's time. He'll be arriving soon. So before that, before Maharaj comes, I'd like to just briefly introduce Maharaj. His Holiness, is audio better now?
It can be a little better, Prabhuji. That will help.
Clarity. His Holiness Bhakti Vignan Goswami Maharaj was born in Tashkent in the former Soviet Union. He took to spiritual life in 1980 during the difficult time of the communist era, when the Committee of State Security, KGB, was harassing all spiritual practitioners. Despite the obstacles, as a scientist, a Moscow State University graduate and postgraduate student at Institute of Molecular Biology, he decided to experiment with the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, which moved him profoundly. In 1988 till 1995, known then as Vaidyanath Das, he was head of the translation department of the North European BBT, translating Srila Prabhupada's books into Russian and other languages of the Soviet bloc. In 1995, he officially took the lead of the society in Russia. He acted as a member of ISKCON's GBC from 1997 till 2017, when he took GBC emeritus position. His main zonal responsibilities were Moscow and most of Russian regions. He also took responsibility of Armenia, Georgia, Israel, and South Korea. He is a disciple of His Holiness Radhanath Swami. In 2001, he took sannyas along with his present name. He travels widely throughout the world, sharing Krishna consciousness in his own unprecedented manner. Since 2005, he has been serving as one of the initiating gurus of ISKCON. In 2010, the Russian Federation awarded His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Goswami a medal for professional and business reputation for his contribution in strengthening Russian-Indian friendly relations and for his contribution to the popularization of the spiritual, cultural, literary heritage of India. So he is also author of 9 books, and we are very fortunate to have Maharaj here on this occasion of the Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. So we'll just wait for Maharaj to come. Just 1 minute. Just Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnanam Jana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swami Niti Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyadesh Vanchakalpatarubhescha Kripa Sindhubheva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Okay. So I'm very honored to be with all of you tonight and to speak a few words of glorification of Shiva Radhanath Maharaj. I wrote an offering to his Vyasa Puja, which I will read, and perhaps after that I will speak a few words more. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my most respectful obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. On this day of your Vyasa Puja, I want to express my deepest gratitude for your causeless and graceful appearance in my life. I was thinking today about your glories and your amazing qualities, which inspire thousands of people all over the world and help them to become closer to God. We know from our scriptures that Guru is the representative of God for his disciples. To represent somebody properly, one has to have certain qualities. Basically, one has to be like the person whom he represents to be able to act on his behalf. When I think about you and your qualities, one of them stands out very prominently. And this particular quality, which I always admire and see in you again and again, is definitely a quality of Krishna, which is so gloriously reflected in your personality. The quality I'm talking about is your ability to give yourself completely to the other person without any reservations. Because of this, anyone who comes in contact with you feels so special in your presence. Srila Rupa Goswami in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu lists this among so many other qualities of Krishna, but he distinctively places this quality at the very end of the long list. This quality called audarya or magnanimity is described by Srila Prabhupada in the Nectar of Devotion as follows. Persons who can give themselves to anyone are called magnanimous. No one could be more magnanimous than Krishna because he is always prepared to give himself completely to his devotee. Even to one who is not a devotee, Krishna in his form of Lord Chaitanya is prepared to give himself and to grant deliverance. This is indeed an amazing quality of God. Krishna himself in the 9th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam says that he is willing to give himself completely to his devotee by losing his independence. Aham bhakta paradhino hyasvatantra ivadvija. It's not amazing, is it not amazing that the only living entity that is completely and truly independent is willingly giving up his independence and become dependent on his devotee? But when this quality is reflected in a human being who is by nature selfish and very cautious in his dealings with others, it becomes even more amazing. This quality creates a lasting impression in the heart of anyone who comes in touch with such a human being. One can say that God is Purna, always complete. So what is so great about him giving himself? But the human beings are not like this. Usually when we have to deal with someone, we keep certain distance from this person because we want to protect ourselves from the intrusion. But I myself witnessed again and again how you come so close to another person and this person can't help but open usually tightly locked door of his heart to let you in. When I read your narration about your encounter with Dorothy, a simple housewife, in one of the airports of America, I was very moved by this story. It is clear that Lord Krishna himself sent you to the life of this lady in the most critical moment. After just a short conversation with her, her whole attitude towards life turned around 180 degrees. After reading this narration, I was completely convinced that it is not the perfect and absolute philosophy which you gave to Dorothy forced her to change her attitude and her heart. What really changed her heart is your eagerness to give yourself completely to this poor soul. Just a moment before she left dejected, just a moment before she felt dejected, betrayed, abandoned, and because of this, she was hysterical. But Lord Krishna used you as a perfect instrument and showed to her that she is loved. Through your readiness to help her, she felt the direct intervention of God in her life. In this way, you became the representative of God, even for this lady, who will probably never meet you again. I observed you in different situations dealing with completely different people, devotees and non-devotees, so-called important people and not so important. But in each and every case, no matter who was in front of you, I saw the same burning desire in you to give everything which you have in your kind and compassionate heart to this person. Sometimes I am simply amazed by seeing this quality. Sometimes I'm almost feel like crying. No, you cannot do this. Watch out. You cannot be so generous. You should leave something for yourself. But then I just remind myself that this is the inexhaustible nature of God which manifests itself in your personality. And there is nothing to worry. While editing the Russian translation of your book Journey Home, I stumbled upon the description which explained to me the source of this quality of yours. You write there about your first meeting with Srila Prabhupada, and there you describe his lecture on Cross Maidan. In a voice brimming with compassion, he pleaded with the audience to take this message seriously. And a few sentences later, you wrote about him, I felt a wave of affection pouring out from him. Ultimately, this is what we are all looking for. Everyone is looking for the selfless love. And because of the absence of this selfless love, we are dying in the desert of this material world. But when a small drop of the selfless love, but even a small drop of the selfless love can quench our otherwise insatiable thirst. I remember myself how you came to me in the most difficult time of my life, and how you extended yourself completely to me, almost insisting to give me your shelter and protection. I felt like this Dorothy, that you were sent to me by God to experience something which my heart was yearning for. And the terrible crisis in my life was but a small price for the priceless gift of God. Your desire to help was so strong and powerful, and I had to come out of my dejection, moved by the eagerness, by your eagerness to give yourself to me. This experience which I had, experience of your shelter and love, and at that time made me feel like a little child protected by his all-powerful parents. Of course, few days later, you had to travel somewhere according to your schedule, leaving me alone apparently in the same situation. But even though externally the situation remained the same, my internal perception of this situation was completely different. Physically, you left Moscow, but in the spirit, you remained within my heart, still giving me the shelter and encouragement to go on with the spiritual life. Of course, like little selfish children, sometimes we feel that it is not enough. Sometimes we feel little jealous towards other devotees who are experiencing the affection of yours and completely selfless love now. But even in such moments, the deep down in my heart, I know that what you gave to me, who did not deserve it at all, is more than enough to continue inspiring me. I know very well that even a single moment of this experience is enough to create the lasting feeling, security within my heart, and to encourage me to give the semblance of the same experience to others. In this glorious day, I thank Lord Krishna for bringing you to my life and for giving me this unforgettable experience. I will remain eternally grateful to the Lord and eternally grateful to you, who are the true representative of the Lord of my otherwise dark and worthless life. Thank you very much. Your servant, Bhaktivedanta Swami. So I try to express in this little offering the quality of Srila Radhanath Maharaj. When he comes to somebody, everyone feels the same, as if Maharaj is for him and only for him. This is a very unique experience. Usually we are a little reserved and we're not ready to give ourselves freely to other people. But when Maharaj speaks with you, you feel like he's all for you, not for anyone else, not even for himself. He is there for you, and at this moment you know for sure that he is giving you shelter. This ability to give yourself completely to other people is the same ability as to give shelter. We're all looking for shelter. And ultimately, we know that the ultimate shelter in our life is God. He is the only one who can give protection. He is the only one who can give us this sense of security, the sense of causeless love. But a pure devotee, guru, comes to the lives of his disciples to represent the same qualities which the Lord has. To give this feeling of shelter and the feeling of protection and the feeling of complete selfless love. I remember when Srila Radhanath Maharaj for the first time came to Russia. I felt very special. You know, he was so open and so eager to give himself. It was amazing because he came on the request of Niranjan Maharaj, and then I asked him if he can come again, and he came just within a couple of months again. And he was giving long lectures and giving himself completely to the devotees. And then, you know, there was big drama in Russian ISKCON, one of the greatest leaders at that time, who was the guru of all the practically first generation of devotees. He kind of changed his attitude and he left. And then at that time, Srila Radhanath Maharaj, Guru Maharaj came again to Russia. And it was the most difficult time. Russia was very, you know, there was a lot of negative emotions. Devotees were angry and, you know, they were bewildered. They were completely, I mean, there was some were completely, you know, losing their face and everything. So when he came, he gave the stability in the lives of so many devotees just by his mere presence. And I was the one of the recipients of his mercy at that time. And I remember he always tells the story that at that time when he was heading towards Russia, Malati Devi called him. She is a good friend from old days. And she said, don't go to Russia, it's very dangerous. And it was dangerous because there was a lot of emotions and Russian people are very emotional. And if you experience these hot emotions, it's sometimes dangerous because these emotions can be quite destructive. So he she called him and she said, don't go to Russia, don't go to Russia. He said, no, no, I'm going to Russia. I have to go. I already have my visa and everything. And she said, of course, if you had to go, it's fine, but at least don't go to St. Petersburg, because St. Petersburg at that time was the, you know, the hub of all these opposing parties, and there was a lot of clash between the devotees. And when he landed, when Maharaj landed, I was there in the airport and I said, we're going to St. Petersburg tonight. Right there in a very hot spot. And you know, without any hesitation, he went there. And, you know, Malati was frantic. She said, no, don't go there, don't go there, never go there. But he was willing to risk himself and in his usual manner to give himself completely to the devotees, because this is what he feels. Srila Prabhupada wants from him. I once heard a very beautiful story which I want to retell to you, which Tukaram Prabhu, disciple of Lokanath Maharaj, told me about his encounter with Guru Maharaj. Tukaram Prabhu is a very knowledgeable person. He knows Gaudiya Vaishnava scriptures very well, and he's a very deep person. He studies and he relishes all the details of our Siddhanta, all the Rasa Shastras and everything. And he loves Guru Maharaj very much, and he respects him very much. And he told me that once Guru Maharaj came to Laguna Beach. Tukaram Prabhu is the temple president in Laguna Beach in California. And they had one-to-one discussion. And at this discussion, Tukaram Prabhu took a very bold stance. And he asked Guru Maharaj, you know, I respect you very much. You're such a good speaker. But you never touch all these subtle things of Goswami Vrindavan, you know, Rasa Shastra stuff. You kind of, you know, you give people very solid philosophy, but it's kind of, you know, according to certain standards, it may be considered to be basic, although I wouldn't say like this. But anyway, he presented this to Guru Maharaj, and the answer of Guru Maharaj is very beautiful. And he said to Karam Prabhu, to me, he told me that when he heard this answer, his respect to Guru Maharaj grew 100 times more. Guru Maharaj answered to him to this somewhat challenging question. He said to him, because I feel that this is what Srila Prabhupada wants from me at this moment. Because I feel that this is what I need to do, what I need to tell, and I don't feel that Srila Prabhupada wants me to do something else. He himself definitely has the taste for, you know, all this esoteric Gaudiya concepts, Manjari Bhav, and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, what I want to say that he is there to do whatever Srila Prabhupada wants him to do. He has this very strong connection and a strong urge to do what is needful at the moment. Not what is pleasing to you, not what would be pleasing to some other devotees. For sure, some devotees would be very pleased if he would start speaking on this esoteric subject matters about relationship between Krishna and Gopi. But he doesn't feel that this is the right thing. He doesn't feel that this is the this is what Prabhupada expects from him. And he's very straightforward. He's doing only what he feels Srila Prabhupada wants from him. And that's actually the secret of success. He is sold out representative of Srila Prabhupada. He is only doing what Srila Prabhupada wants. And he's completely selfless in this regard. He's not trying to impose anything extra to this. And while doing this, he's ready to give himself completely, which I try to describe in my offering. And this is what Srila Rupa Goswami calls audarya, the quality of Krishna, magnanimity, the ability to give himself completely without any reservation, without any hesitation, without any even desire to keep something for himself. And that's a very amazing quality. And this is what I wanted to share with you, this little experience. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for those wonderful, pastimes that you have heard and gone through. I would now request His Grace Venkata Govind Prabhu to thank Maharaj and also welcome His Holiness Bhakti Rasamrita Maharaj, who will be hearing next, who will be sharing his offerings. Hare Krishna. Venkata Govind Prabhu.
Yes. Hare Krishna Prabhu. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhuji, you can.
Yes. Thank you very much, His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj. You really described in nutshell the supermost qualities of Maharaj in terms of selfless love and giving himself to everyone, to give the shelter to everyone, no matter whether he is a devotee or non-devotee. And also one of the salient the point of this talk was your talk was he is a sold out representative of Srila Prabhupada, which is really very heart touching point. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for your sharing realizations about His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Now I would welcome His Holiness Bhakti Rasamrita Swami Maharaj. Maharaj, welcome to this auspicious occasion of 70th Vyasa Puja celebration of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, which we are celebrating in Bangalore among the devotees. I don't think His Holiness Bhakti Rasamrita Swami Maharaj requires any introduction, but for my own purification, I will just say a few words, not much. Bhakti Rasamrita Swami Maharaj is a sannyasi in the ISKCON tradition, and he preaches the eternal message of Sanatana Dharma all over the world, including countries like India, Singapore, UK, USA, Australia, Russia, and so many other countries. Okay. He's
Venkat Govind
Prabhu. Maharaj.
Okay. Maharaj, we welcome you once again heartily for this program, and we request you to share your realizations and instructions to all his disciples in Bangalore and everywhere. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Please, you can proceed.
Hare Krishna. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Svapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapada Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padang Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swami Niti Namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. I am very happy and honored
to be able to participate in this 70th Vyasa Puja ceremony of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. It was a pleasure listening to the offerings given by many of the devotees, and especially the last offering given by His Holiness Bhakti Vigyan Goswami Maharaj, all spoken from the heart and also with a lot of important conclusions. So today I would like to speak more or less some things that I had said in another Vyasa Puja ceremony in which I had participated some days ago. And I had basically reflected on the qualifications of a spiritual master. And one of those qualifications is that he's a perfect follower of his guru. So one who is a perfect disciple can be a perfect guru. If one is not a perfect disciple, then one cannot be guru. So in the life of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, we see this exhibited time and time and time again. And he has been doing this from the first day that he came in contact with ISKCON, and he decided to take shelter of Srila Prabhupada. He was in India at that time, and he was asked to go back to America. And then he joined New Vrindavan Farm Community, which was in its very early stages at that point in time. Now, some of you may have been to New Vrindavan, and perhaps you have seen many nice facilities. Okay, I'm getting some message that the sound is low. Okay, I don't know. It's the highest. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Maharaj. Yes, Maharaj. Continue.
Okay. Yeah, so now you can see the Lotus Temple. I mean, the Srila Prabhupada's temple is there, and the regular temple, so many other buildings. There's quite a lot of development that has happened. But when Srila Radhanath Maharaj went there in the beginning, there was really nothing except for some log cabins. And there were some temples. There was a small temple, the main temple, and another small temple. And he was given the service of milking the cows and also of going on top of a hill and staying there and worshipping some deities. And no one else came in that temple. It was very rarely frequented by anybody else. So he would live there all alone, and he had to do the entire deity worship for that temple. The deities were small, but the standard was quite high. He had to do 6 offerings, all the aratis, all the cooking, and everything that is required for the worship of the deities. So he did that every single day. And remember that he had to take a bath several times a day because he was constantly doing an arati or an offering or something. And even in winter, when it goes far below freezing point, and there was no hot water facility available, no geysers, no fuel, and he would have to sometimes go and bathe in ice or maybe some snow, just rub some ice or something like that. So that was the kind of situation in which he served in his early days. And he sometimes talks about it. And it is very hard to expect devotees in this day and age to follow this kind of rigorous service schedule. And after doing all these offerings, he had to do an aratis and dressing of the deities, etc., the full deity program for the day all alone. And then he would still have to chant his rounds, and he would get time to read some books. So he would do all of this alone without association. So it is very hard to find these days devotees with this kind of a spirit of surrender and a service attitude. And he did all this without complaint. Today, it is hard to find people who can perform any given service for any given length of time because they want to keep changing their services. They don't have the stamina to continue a service for long. Even if it's a given service in a day, they don't want to do only a small amount of service in the day. But we see from Srila Radhanath Maharaj's example that he was totally absorbed morning to night. He had very few hours of sleep, and he would continue his life like that. So it is this kind of austerity, this kind of surrender, this kind of sincerity, which devotees today cannot probably imagine even what to speak of do, that indicates the kind of person he was and is today. So the kind of simplicity that he had. And of course, that kind of life has its own peculiar type of happiness despite the austerities. So he got the taste for that kind of simple and austere living from his early days in New Vrindavan with the cows and with the deities, etc. There is one very famous picture in which we see Srila Prabhupada walking in front, and Radhanath Maharaj, at that time he was a brahmachari. He was walking with a plate, an arati plate on the side. And that remains one of the very famous pictures of the New Vrindavan project at that time. Of course, Maharaj was very young at that time. He may have been just in his probably early 20s or something. So those days are something special. Maharaj many times talks about his early days. Used to, I don't know if he has been doing so lately. One humorous incident that I remember him mentioning is that in summer they used to have apples growing on some trees on one of the hills. So there was one devotee who didn't want to go through the trouble of plucking the apples every time offering them to Krishna, because it was quite a botheration. Every time you have to take the apple and then keep offering again and again. So then he, in his mind, he offered the whole mountain to Krishna so that there would be no further problems in eating apples. So then he could just directly pluck the apple from the tree and just eat it straight away. So naturally, there was some issue there other devotees had. So some years after that, then after he had done this service for several years, then he was asked to go out to the universities and preach. So he did that with his full heart. And even though he did not have formal university education, but because he was so sharp and so witty, and he had such good grasp of the philosophy, and he was a very good presenter, and also because of the Vaishnava qualities that were naturally visible in him, he became very successful. And professors and students who were materially very, very highly educated all became very much impressed with his presentation and his devotional personality. So it goes to show that even if one is preaching to very, very, shall we say, materially educated people, one does not oneself have to be very, very materially educated. And I know of several other examples of devotees like this. But Srila Radhanath Maharaj is much more than a materially educated person, even in the material realm. Leave aside the spiritual education, in which he is very, very expert and very well versed with all the nuances in understanding and presenting it. But even materially, His intelligence and his clarity of thought is very sharp, and he understands things, he picks up things very fast. So, the combination of all these different qualities has made him so successful today. During his college preaching days, there was one incident that happened, a humorous incident again, which he narrated one time. And that is about one devotee, a Prabhupada disciple called Mahabuddhi Prabhu. So Mahabuddhi Prabhu is a Kshatriya kind of a personality. And he was a worshipper of Lord Nrsimhadev. So when Maharaj was on tour preaching, one time he got the message that there was some rumor going on that Mahabuddhi Prabhu had left his body. So those days, of course, there was no Facebook and WhatsApp, etc., no emails, but word of mouth and maybe some telephone, and somehow the word would spread. So one time at some place, he got a telephone call, and when we answered, then the voice was here. So at that time, Radhanath Maharaj heard it. He was really surprised. And he said, Mahabuddhi Prabhu, it just came out of Maharaj's mouth. I thought you were dead. So then Mahabuddhi Prabhu immediately replied, I'm sorry to disappoint you. So of course, that was just a joke. So anyway, in those days, there were so many such experiences he had. He would sometimes tell the devotees about his experiences. One incident at an airport that happened when I was traveling with him, this was many, many years ago. We were both traveling to some place, and we were in the same flight going together. And we were sitting, waiting for the flight to take off. And after we had checked in, gone past the security, Maharaj was carrying his, we were at the waiting lounge, I think. So he was carrying his sannyas danda. So then one Western lady, American lady or something, she came up to Maharaj and asked him curiously that, is this a fishing rod? So then immediately Maharaj cited, from the Bible, where Jesus Christ speaks about that he's fishing for the conditioned souls in this world, to fish them out of the world and take them back to Godhead. So he said, yes, this is a fishing rod, and he quoted, and that lady also appreciated very much. And I was also very, very happy to hear that answer that came so pat. And on another occasion, I remember he was asked, this I heard from another devotee, I wasn't present there, that somebody asked, a reporter or somebody asked him that, there is a proverb in English that behind every successful man, there is a woman. So who is the successful man, a woman behind you? Now, this question was being asked of a sannyasi. So everybody was waiting what answer he will give. And then he answered without any pause. He said, Srimati Radharani. And then everyone was, very happy and struck with wonder to hear this answer. So also, I remember another incident many years ago in the early days of Chopati. I had started preaching in a medical college, and in the first program that we had, there were about 450 students that came. So I gave the lecture. I was very, very happy that, this program was so successful. And then in the next month, when His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj was in Bombay, then I invited him to come for the lecture. This was the early days. He was not a very, he was not staying in Chowpatty for that long in those days. He used to come, stay for some time and go. So then I organized the program at a time and he would be there. And I told him so much about the program that last time 450 students came and he was really happy. And so I said, I've organized another program And I got carried away, and I told him, I think this time we can expect more than 450 because it was such a successful program last time. So I really raised his expectations like anything. So he was also there coming with all the expectations that there will be 500 at least, if not anymore. So when we landed up there, there was only one devotee. One, not 100, only one devotee. So then Maharaj was also just looking to see he was quite amused by the whole thing. So I was very embarrassed. What should I say? I've spoken so much about the whole thing, and must have boasted or something like that. So Krishna, said, okay, you better become a little humble. So then, and then now one student came. So then anyway, we sat in a small room. The whole hall had been organized. Everything was done. Prasadam for 500, 600 people had been organized. And naturally, then I told the devotees who were accompanying me to just do food for life and distribute the prasadam. So prasadam distribution was not a problem in the college. But I was thinking maybe Maharaj will be very disappointed and he will wonder what's going on. But Maharaj was actually quite amused. He found the whole thing quite funny, and so I was quite relieved at his response. And then it was also a lesson that goes to show that we may think we have made people devotees, but actually we don't make anybody a devotee. We may preach, and because of the preaching somebody may hear and get a little influence, but actually it is Krishna in the heart. And that person also has had his or her, sanskars from the previous lives and this lives. So we just happen to be in the right place at the right time. That's all. So, but then this one devotee, the one boy who had come, who became a devotee, then we started programs in his room in the hostel, and then that became a very successful program. After that, every week we would have programs there. But that initial thing was a great embarrassment. But Maharaj also had been a preacher himself. So then on the way back, he was then discussing how a preacher has to be detached. You should not be attached to the fruits of your results. Of course, these efforts we hear, karmanyavadikaraste, etc. But when it comes to actually preaching and seeing that, last time I had so many and this time hardly anybody has come. So one really has to be very Krishna conscious to understand what is going on. So Maharaj spoke at length, and he kind of pacified me and said, don't worry, this is Krishna's nature. He does this to his devotees. So one must be detached from the fruits of one's preaching. And eventually, of course, that turned out to be a successful program afterwards. So we never know Krishna's ways. So I learned some nice lessons from Maharaj, who was very kind. He took it very sportingly, and he was quite amused, and he made light about it, of the whole matter. So anyway, there are several such incidents that come to mind. But I would like to conclude by just speaking on the point of what are his teachings, because several times devotees ask me that what do you think are the main teachings of what does he want? What are his main instructions? Of course, he has given many instructions, many instructions. One time in 1990, I had sent him a letter, maybe it was 89, I think. No, 89. I had sent him a letter giving a report on the Brahmachari ashram and what was going on. And at that time, he gave a reply. In those days, there was no email, so we would have handwritten letters and we would post it and all that. So then he gave a reply in which he pointed out 10 points that should be there for a brahmachari, or how brahmachari should be in the ashram. And then I showed it to the other brahmacharis. Until today, in Chowpatty temple, that continues to be the 10 guiding principles which all the brahmacharis who come into the ashram, they see those 10 points. So I was struck because of the clarity of thought that he had put into this. It was a brilliant mind with deep understanding of the philosophy and practice of Krishna consciousness, who could come up with such clear thinking with those 10 points of what a brahmachari should be. So he has many, many instructions. But when people ask, when devotees ask, what do you think are the most important or essential instructions? I can think of two, which I would say are by far the most essential. The first and most important, which we will find him saying it over and over again, almost in every lecture, and that is that one must be a servant of the devotees. This is one point that gets repeated so many times because he wants to give emphasis to this. And this includes everything naturally, how to be a Vaishnava, how to be humble, how to be tolerant, how to be forgiving. If one considers oneself the servant of the devotees, then there's no question of ego, no question of pride, no question of self-interest. One has to learn all the other Vaishnava qualities that come. So this I think is his number one instruction, as far as I can see. And the second one is that one must take shelter of the holy names of Krishna. So I think he has demonstrated both these principles in his own life, through his words and through his actions as well. So the way he chants the kirtans, he puts his full heart into it, the way he chants his japa, so the focus on the holy name and taking shelter of the holy name, not simply chanting, but taking shelter of the holy name is very important. Nama Grahana and Namashraya. So Nama Grahana is to accept the holy name and to chant. But Namashraya Kori Jatane Tumi Thakaha Apuna Kaji, as Bhakti Vinod Thakur has said, that one should be exhausted of all the material activities and take complete shelter of the holy names. So he taught that, and he emphasized it so much, and he exhibited it in his own life. So these are the two most important teachings that I can see amongst all the other numerous gems that he has given to the devotee community and to the world. So I'm very happy and honored that I got a chance to speak something to all the assembled devotees here. And with this, I think I better conclude, because now the rest of the program is to happen. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. I would request His Grace Venkat Prabhu to kindly thank Maharaj.
Maharaj, thank you very much for your enlivening lecture, and particularly the two instructions which we have to wear around our neck all the time, 24/7, so that we can progress in bhakti. Thank you very much, Maharaj, once again for sparing your valuable time and also enlightening us in the spiritual science. So we will go ahead with rest of the programs now. So if you wish, Maharaj, you can continue to be there in the program, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Okay, so the next program would be, we will have cake cutting, and after that we'll have Pushpanjali and Aarti. Let me just check with Suvarna Gauri Prabhu. Suvarna Gauri Prabhu, are we ready?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu, I'll just check with His Holiness. Bhakti.
Okay,
Check with
okay,
His
Prabhu.
in a minute. So,
Okay.
in holy name. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna. So now we'll offer Pushpanjali to His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. So I'll chant the mantras. So all of you can repeat after me. So the devotees can take flowers. And devotees who are on Zoom, you can also take flowers and you can offer to Maharaj at your own place. Shivaraj, are you able to hear us?
Yes, Prabhuji. It can be this loud, Prabhuji. It is clear. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamcha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryojjala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddha Apasiddhanta Dhvantvaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambhar Sambodhe Padambhujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Sarupaya Rupanugavarayate Gauravirbhava Bhumistvam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnavas Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannathayate Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyashta Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratrise Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Sarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta राधाकान्त नमोस्तुते जयतां सुरतो पंगोर मम मंदमतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्व पदाम्भोजो राधा मदन मोहनो दिव्याद्वन्द्वारण्यकल्पद्रुमादः श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थो श्रीमद् राधा शील गोविंद देवो प्रेष्ठालिपि सेव्यमानो स्मरामि श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भी वंशीवटतटस्थितः कर्षन् वेणुर्स्वनैर्गोपीर् गोपीनाथ श्रीयस्तु नः तप्तकाञ्चन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरे प्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण प्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामिन्निति नामिने एष पुष्पाञ्जलिः नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामिन्निति नामिने एष पुष्पाञ्जलिः नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामिन्निति नामिने एष पुष्पाञ्जलिः सोलिनस राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की जय।
Jai. Swarna Gaudhari Prabhu, before we start the Aarti, I wanted to request His Grace Sudhir Gopal Prabhu to do a vote of thanks, and then we can start the Aarti. I mean, we can keep the preparation, sir. Sudhir Gopal Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhuji. You can hear me, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhuji. Yes, Prabhuji.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. So it's our privilege, it's our great honor to have all the assembled devotees here to celebrate together this most blessed appearance day of our Guru Maharaj, And we are very, very fortunate to have His Holiness Bhakti Vigyan Goswami Maharaj and Bhakti Rasamrita Swami Maharaj sharing their wonderful realization and instructions for all of us so that we can imbibe them in our life and please our Guru Maharaj. We are very, very thankful to our ICC authorities, especially our Narayana Chaitanya Prabhu, for giving us opportunity to virtually set it up in ICC center, and so that we can get an opportunity to have this program. And especially thankful to our Subarna Gaurahari Prabhu and team for doing this humble, simple decoration with such a short time, and also organizing all this together. I'm very thankful to our core team, Venkat Govind Prabhu, Vraj Gopika Mataji, Kumardeya Mataji, Sri Gopinath Pran Prabhu, for planning for weeks together to make it really enriching and nourishing for all the devotees. And we also like to thank our support staff, especially our Odarego Prabhu, Sri Balaji Prabhu, and so many other devotees who have really helped us in putting all this together and really facilitating it. So thank you very, very much. So I know today also there are so many other devotees who are planning to share their offering. Because as always, yes, the glories of the devotees are unlimited, and the devotees are also unlimited to share the glories of the devotees. So we are very, very apologetic about that some of the devotees, they could not share their offering. So please forgive us because of our inefficiency or whatever, that we were not able to give opportunity so that you could share the offering. But yes, you can share their offering, and maybe tomorrow in a small way also we can do that. Okay, so thank you very much. So all glories to His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, and all glories to Prabhupada. Thank you once again, all the devotees, for participating so enthusiastically in this 70th Vyasa Puja of Maharaj. Thank you very much. Now I'll hand it over to our ICC team.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Even Sudhir Gopal Prabhu also is one of the key core team members. So thank you so much, Prabhu, to you also. Hare Krishna. Swarna Gaurari Prabhu, we can start with the Aarti.
Samsaradava nalaliraloka Pranaya karunya ghana ghana svam Samsaradava nalaliraloka Pranaya karunya ghana ghana svam Samsara dava nalalira loka Manaya karunya ghana ghanatra Dava nalalira loka Pranaya karunya ghana ghana Pratasya kalyana gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanada Vinda Mahaprabhu ki tananata gita Vaditra madhyan manasodasena Prabhu ke tananata gita Romanchakampa Shutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vinda. Shri Vigraha Radhana Nityanana Sringaratan Mandira Majanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Shaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasado Swadanna Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangha Ritvaiva Tripti Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vinda Shri Radhika Madhava Yodapada Madhurya Leela Gunarupa Namna Pratikshana Swadhana Lolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vinda Nikunjayuna Ratikeli Siddhai Yaya Lividyo Tirapekshaniya Tatrati Daksha Dati Vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vinda Shakshadharitvena Samasta Shastre Uktastatha Bhavata Eva Sadhi Samasta Shastre Kintu Prabodya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanada Vrinda Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutopi Prasada yastuvam tassa yashastri sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Guru Shri Charanaravinda Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanatha Swami Iti Namine Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishna Bhutale Srimate Radhanatha Swami Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namaste Saraswate Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Suvarna Gaurari Prabhu. Suvarna Gaurari Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
I think we lost the network.
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jagannatha, Jagannatha, Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra Mai. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha Jaya Ananta De, Lakshmi Narasimha Jaya Ananta De. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Shri Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai. Jai Om Vishwapada Paramam Jagarya Jagacharya Ashtotar Shatashishima. His Divine Grace Abhay Charanand Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki. ISKCON founder Acharya, beauty founder Acharya, savior of the whole world Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Om Vishwapada Paramam Jagarya Jagacharya Ashtotar Shatashishima. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki. अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की. नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की. कृष्णाथन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री जुपाल भट्ट दास रघुनाथ सर्व गोस्वामी प्रभुवन की. प्रेम से कहिए श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधार शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद की. श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपिका श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड की नवद्वीप मायापुर धाम की, मथुरा वृंदावन धाम की, जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की, गंगा माँ यमुना माँ की, भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की, पतित पावन से हरि नाम संकीर्तन की, श्री राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज व्यास पूजा महोत्सव की, गौर प्रेमानंदे. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. We come to the conclusion of the program. So, thank you all so much for the wonderful participation. Swarna Gaurari Prabhu, I think we'll end the session now.
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you very much for nicely coordinating
Thank you.
this event.
Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Thanks to all the
Before we end this session, let us chant Hari Bol 3 times in appreciation to Sri Balaji Prabhu, who has conducted this program so nicely.
Please pray for us.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hari Bol.
Let us also, since this opportunity, let us also chant once Hare Krishna Mahamantra for the so there is a wonderful devotee, Natwara Prabhu, who is always in the kitchen seva, Sunday feast. I think we all know him. His wife passed away. So let us all chant at least once Hare Krishna Mahamantra so that the soul gets a higher destination. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
And also once loudly Hare Krishna Mahamantra for the health, good health of Guru Maharaj. Let's all chant and sing once Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki Jai, Prabhupada ki Jai. Ancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.